an absolutely gorgeous spring afternoon. We are ready for a little afternoon baseball in the Rocky Mountains. And welcome to lower downtown Denver. Yeah, t-shirt weather as the Rockies look to sweep the Giants back to the Bay Area. Colorado coming off a 2-1 victory last night behind Franklin Morales. They've captured the first two in this series. Welcome upstairs, everybody. Glad as always that you're along with Jeff Houston. I'm Drew Goodman. Well, the Rockies played a low-scoring game again against San Francisco yesterday. They have a chance to do something they have not done, Huey, since 2002. Sweep San Francisco right here at 20th and Blake.
I know, and what a better way to end this homestand than with sweeping San Francisco. You had a couple chances earlier this year to have sweeps against Arizona and then Philadelphia just previous to San Francisco coming in. That would be huge before you go out on the road trip, and also it would be big because it's a division sweep. Those always hold a little more weight.
Absolutely. Well, the Rockies have had outstanding pitching on this homestand, and it looks to continue today. Look at the matchup. Tyler Chatwood, his third start of the year. He's been good career-wise against the Giants. Matt Cain, we all know how gifted he is.
Yeah, Matt Cain, you look at his numbers, don't be deceived, but for Tyler Chatwood, he just hopes to repeat what he did against Philadelphia in his last start here at Coors Field. 7 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs in that start, and 13 ground ball outs. He was just spectacular, and it's nice to see. This will be the second time in his 3 starts that he's going to be matched up against San Francisco. First start of the year was out at AT&T Park. Of course, Matt Cain, 0-3 on the season, but his ERA is 3+. So, you know, he's doing what he needs to do. He's just not getting a whole lot of run support. Rockies beat him out in San Francisco 1-0 on that sac fly by Troy Tulowitzki. This will be one of those matchups when you're looking at it from both dugouts saying, man, which pitcher will give an inch, because there's not a whole lot of inches going around.
No, the difference in the game last night in a low-scoring affair was Nolan Arenado hitting in that 2 spot. He hit a long ball. He'll be our focus when we come back as the Rockies prepare to take on the Giants.
Series, Nolan Arenado. Hard to believe that last year Arenado wasn't even with the club. In fact, he made his debut on April the 28th. Well, Arenado is now here and he is rocking and rolling. Arenado in this series, a couple of home runs, and he's hitting second because Michael Kadire is on the DL, which should be a good thing according to Walt Weiss.
The number 2 hitter in the lineup gets the best pitches to hit. You got a guy that steals bases in front of you. You got arguably the best hitter on the club behind you. So as far as getting pitches to hit, there's no better spot in the lineup to hit. And I think that bodes well for Nolan. When he's getting pitches to hit and he likes to swing the bat. He's not a guy that's going to sit there and go deep into counts and that type of thing. He's an aggressive hitter, so I think it plays right into his strengths.
Let's show you some of that aggressive hitting from games 1 and 2 in this series. The long ball. In fact, his 9 extra base hits are second only to Juan Uribe when you're talking about third baseman in the National League. 13-game hitting streak, hitting .365 over the course of those 13 games with 19 hits. He's got 4 home runs. He's got 6 doubles. He's been an extra base hit machine, and let's hope he continues to put up some numbers here in this game this afternoon against San Francisco. So Nolan will be heading out to third base, and then he'll be on deck hitting second when the Rocks come up in the bottom of the first as they go for the sweep against San Francisco. First pitch from Coors Field comes your way next on Root Sports.
Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by your 7 neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Southwest Airlines, find our fares online only at southwest.com. Right or left, still some snow up in the hills. A basin's open. A lot of places staying open late with the great snowfall we had earlier this winter. Coors Field looks immaculate. Big crowd today. It was kind of the, was it 9 New Science Fair today?
Yeah, Weather and Science Day. So there's anywhere from 11 to 12, 13,000 kids in attendance.
Beautiful. Upper decks filled up. A lot of folks out there in the outfield. Tyler Chatwood leading the Rockies onto the field. And the Giants have made a couple of changes in their lineup. Angel Pagan is sitting this one out initially, as is Buster Posey. Gregor Blanco will lead things off. veteran fourth outfielder. Here's the Southwest batting order this afternoon for Bruce Bochy. Hunter Pence, he has had 4 hits in the last 2 days, including a home run. That was the entire offense for San Francisco yesterday. Brandon Belt, Michael Morse, Pablo Sandoval in the middle. Hector Sanchez, he'll be catching. Brandon Crawford, Brandon Hicks, Matt Cain. More on Tyler Chatwood is brought to you by Inova Cancer Care. Learn more about outpatient prostate cancer treatment at InovaCC.com. And his last start, Huey, was just terrific.
It was a 7 innings, 2 hits, 1 run. It was not earned, and 6 punch-outs in that game against Philadelphia. In his 13 innings, he's only given up 8 hits. And that's why you see the 174 batting average against 17 starts at Coors Field. How about this? 9-4 with a 3.50 ERA. Second time already in his young season for Tyler to match up with the San Francisco Giants.
The gloves for the Rockies brought to you by Excel Energy. Visit responsiblebynature.com to learn more. Cargo with the poor numbers lifetime against Matt Cain will sit the initial portion of the game out. Corey Dickerson's in left. Charlie Blackman back in there in center. Brandon Barnes, good night last night. He's in right. Arenado, Tulowitzki, LeMahieu, Morneau, and Willeen Rosario. He's caught all 3 ball games in this series. Corey Dickerson, he can play right, he can play center, he can play left. Good versatility with the Rockies outfielders. So a lot of times you'll have guys that, boy, they have to just play a corner. Michael Morse is that way.
Right, he can only play left field, but for Corey, he's comfortable in any of those spots. And you might be wondering, you said the numbers for Carlos against Matt Cain. That's the primary reason. It has nothing to do with his knee, talking to Walt Weiss this morning.
On the ground to second, DJ wanders over there, and Gregor Blanco is retired on 2 pitches, and it's fitting, Jeff Houston, that the first out would be a ground ball, because Chatwood has been a ground ball machine, as has the entire Rockies staff.
Yeah, they're the best in all of baseball as far as ground balls to fly ball ratio. I mean, that's looking at some of those numbers. 2.15 ground ball to fly ball. The next closest is below 2, and that's Philadelphia.
And the Phillies did the Rockies a favor last night. In 10 innings, they knocked off the Dodgers. Many of you probably went off to bed. So the Phillies have won the first 2 ball games at Dodger Stadium. Rocky just a half game out. Pence pops it up. It's around the mound. This is way up there, and a nice play by Rosario, because when it gets out in front of the plate, it becomes more difficult for a catcher. If possible, you like a corner infielder to get down there.
Yeah, and you also have to deal with a little bit of sun that's up there. There's some clouds, but this ball is up in the sun. The wind's blowing from right to left ever so slightly. I mean, Nolan couldn't get there. Tyler Chatwood was pointing the whole time, saying, "You've got it, Willeen. You've got it. No problem."
4 pitches in, 2 outs. Here's Brandon Belt, who has started every game but 1 for Bruce Bochy this year. And he's hit at home. He's hit out on the road. He's been steady.
They've been talking about moving him into this 3 spot in the lineup for a little bit. They finally did it today. With Buster Posey sitting out.
Yeah, it's a natural with Posey not participating. Posey did have a base hit late in the ball game yesterday. It was his first hit in the series. He's 3 for his last 35 at the plate. And that misses. 2 balls and a strike on Brandon Belt. 305 average, 6 home runs. He's driven in 11. 6 home runs, tied for 3rd most in the league. Look at, ouch. You know, give him a glove. Just sit that close. Give him some leather.
That's something to protect himself with.
He's got the helmet on, but so if you sit on the first base line, you get the left-handed ear flap, right-handed flap on the other side on the 3rd base line. Just missed. So you know what? That doesn't work.
No.
You're exposed there.
Flip-flop that.
He needs a lefty helmet. 3-2. to first, Justin Morneau. That's a pretty nice start right there. 2 ground balls and a pop out. Chatwood will go to the dugout, and the Rockies will get ready with the bats when we return.
Well, he's got the right idea going for the sweep today.
Where are you going with that thing? You cleaning out the car? You doing some work in the garage? No, I'm going to the ball game.
Why wouldn't you bring the broom to the ball game?
And you know what? The Rockies, as you pointed out, they've had some opportunities to grab the broom, and they want to come through on that. They've won every series at home this year, but they've had to produce that first sweep. Maybe it's coming this afternoon. Looked at Charlie Blackman. Walt Weiss's lineup is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Charlie had yesterday off against the tough left-hander Madison Bumgarner. Then Nolan Arenado. Troy will slip into Cargo's normal spot. And then Morneau, Willeen Rosario, Corey Dickerson, Brandon Barnes hitting over 300, DJ LeMahieu, and a good hitting pitcher, though he doesn't have a knock yet this year, Tyler Chatwood. Matt Cain is ready to go. 29-year-old's first pitch, high and away, ball 1. Charlie this year is 6 for 11 against the Giants, including a couple of home runs. That came 2 days ago. First multi-homer game of his career. That's in there, 1-1. Matt Cain 0-3, but he's got a 2.88 ERA.
Yeah, and it was really the first couple starts, he was 0-1 with the 5.73, but the last 2 starts, he's 0-2 with the .64 ERA.
This is punch to shallow left, and it will drop because Michael Morse again. You know, not to pick on him, Michael Morse is a very productive offensive player, but he's not going to cover a lot of ground out there, and left field at Coors Field is challenging a corner outfield as there is in baseball. That's why the Rockies are so fortunate to have Cargo, who's a Gold Glove center fielder, playing there.
A little bit of speed. Michael Morse does not have that.
Charlie with the base hit, and more on Matt Cain, brought to you by Inova Cancer Care. Learn more about outpatient prostate cancer treatment at novacc.com.
Well, a 3-time All-Star, 5th start of the season. As I mentioned, in his last start against San Diego, he went 7 innings, 4 hits, just 1 run. It was not earned. It took the loss in a 2-1 ball game. In his career against Colorado, how about this? He's 17-8. The only guy that has more wins against Colorado would be Randy Johnson, who has 19. Just Matt Cain is just, you think he's in his mid-30s. He's been pitching so long.
Right, he's very durable. That's one of the biggest things. I mean, you can write him down for 200+ innings every year.
Well, 30+ starts.
30+ starts. I'll embellish a little bit what you were talking about. At Coors Field, not only has Matt Cain been really good, whether it's AT&T or Coors Field, the Rockies have hit just .221 against Matt Cain at Coors Field. That's the best average any pitcher's ever put together here. Let's download Arenado. It's 1-1.
Well, for Matt's career, lefties are hitting 228 against him. Right-handers 226.
The guys that have performed well here: Houston Street, Adam Ottavino, Frankie, who was just what a wonderful performance last night, and Rafael Betancourt. Arenado hits it in the air to Pence. One out. Tulo's coming up. And San Francisco's defensive alignment is brought to you by Excel Energy. Visit responsiblebynature.com today to learn more. Gregor Blanco with Pence and Morse on the corner spots. Sandoval and Crawford. Hicks has been steady at second base. Brandon Belt, good defensive player. And Hector Sanchez, a good receiver. One out. Here's Troy. And Troy has had his moments against Matt Cain. .317 lifetime average, including 4 home runs. Blackman gets another visit.
Well, Matt Cain's going to challenge you. He's going to challenge you with the fastball. His primary secondary pitch would be his slider.
That's a ball. Here's Troy last night getting the Rockies on the board.
Well, this was big off of Madison Bumgarner to jump out to a 1-0 lead to the deepest part of the ballpark. And with Nolan also hitting a home run last night. That's 6 times in their 11 home games that the Rockies have had multi-home runs.
Not a lineup you want to face. This ball is driven to left center field and deep. It's got a chance to fly, and it will. Tulo has done it again. And the Rockies take an early 2-0 lead against Matt Cain. Last night was a majestic fly ball in the neighborhood of 430 feet. That was a loud line shot.
Well, we didn't have a stopwatch on how fast that got out, but it couldn't have been more than 3 seconds. Oh, that's just a belt high pitch. And that's a no doubter from Troy. And Matt Cain, all he can do is look at it.
What kind of ridiculous homestand is number 2 putting together? I mean, it's ridiculous.
I loved his emotion in the dugout.
And it's not like the guy at the plate, by the way, has had a bad homestand. Rockies have won 4 of 5 on the homestand, 5 of 6 overall. And they're off to a quick 2-0 start. Ground to Sandoval off the end of the bat. 2 outs.
I'm going to go back to that home run swing from Troy. Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. They tried to sink it back into his hands. Tried to turn it over and pronate the wrist. Didn't work. Troy made it pay. The crowd standing up. They know it's gone.
This is going to drop into right field for a base hit for Willeen Rosario. Rockies with 3 hits here in the opening frame against Matt Cain. We got to update those numbers with Troy. It's now 9 of 16, a .563 average. 3 home runs, 8 ribbies, 7 runs. Here's Corey Dickerson. Well, when you're hot, you ride it. And sometimes, you know, Troy is so gifted. You know, some guys, they stay hot for 4 or 5 days, Huey. They'll need a new piece of wood, I'm thinking. You know, the really good players maybe stay hot for a week. I always think back to Tulo in September a few years ago when he hit 15 home runs and drove in 40.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a month of hot.
Yeah, wasn't that on the same list with Babe Ruth?
Just he and Babe.
Yeah, just the two of those guys.
Chilling with the Babe.
Just one of those regular months. But it also has helped this homestand because the weather's been nice. I mean, you're not battling 35-degree at first pitch where you can't feel your hands.
The weather's been nice on the Rockies side when they're up. The weather hasn't been too good for the opponent when they're up, because you want to know what? The Rockies are pitching like it's 28 degrees. At least that's what it looks like from the opposition. They have struggled against Rockies pitching.
The starters on this homestand going into this game, they've thrown 31 innings, given up just 6 earned runs and an ERA of 1.74.
That is something else. But make sure you express that for all the folks that may be looking in around the country that think you can't pitch at Coors Field.
Let me say it again. 1.74 ERA on this homestand.
This is softly hit on one hop to second, and Crawford will tag the bag before Willeen gets there. Productive first inning for the Rockies with Charlie Blackman aboard. Troy Tulowitzki clocks one to left center field. Rockies 2, Giants nothing. Of the year. Tyler Chatwood will see 4, 5, and 6 in the Giants lineup. Hey, Subaru brings you the manager's challenge. If there's a questionable call, instant replay will be used to determine the outcome. It's brought to you by Subaru. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Chatwood, 2 ground balls and a pop out in the first inning. He threw only 10 pitches. Michael Morse this year against Rockies pitching is 3 for 18. First pitch misses. When the Giants watch the opposition score first this year, they're just 3 and 9. And another little stat for you: when the Rockies score first at Coors Field, they are 7 and 0. Ball runs inside at 93. 2 balls and a strike on Floridian Michael Morse.
For the key for Tyler is that 2-seam fastball to help set up the slider.
This ball's well hit center field. This one's got a chance to get on out, and it will, off the back wall of the Giants bullpen. So San Francisco gets one back. Michael Morse with his 4th of the year, and it's 2-1.
They had kept Michael Morse in check by pitching him and pounding him inside, not letting him get his arms extended. And this ball he does. Contact point is his arms are almost fully extended away from him. Watch the swing on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo, and right on the sweet spot of the bat. That's like a left-handed pole hitter when he hits it off the back wall of the bullpen.
1-0 on Pablo Sandoval. Well, last night, Rex Brothers came in a sticky situation. Pablo Sandoval up, chance to do some damage. Took one pitch to get to the dugout.
Yeah, and what a pitch it was. An easy two-hopper to 6-4-3 double play. Get him out of the inning. A little emotion from Rexy. It was just what the doctor ordered, obviously, because of the performance that Franklin Morales had last night, and then Rex, and then finish it off with LaTroy.
And that's off the plate. It's 3-1. Chris Conroy's calling balls and strikes this afternoon. Mark Wegner, John Tempane, and Bob Davidson. Bob. And ball 4. The fastball wandering a little bit there.
Get back to throwing from the knees and below.
Well, that's what happened with the ball Michael Morse hit out. We always talk about, oh, balls up, you know. It's not always the case, but he throws a hard two-seamer or sinker, and when the ball is above the waist, it's going to flatten out.
Yeah, it just stays on the same plane as the bat. So it's an easier swing for the hitter. There you go.
Should be, too. 4-6-3 as Hector Sanchez grounds into the double play.
It's a 25th double play the Rockies have turned this year. Second in the National League, trailing the Dodgers.
And they ought to be 1 or 2 at the end of the season with the number of ground ball pitchers that they have.
Well, and we've already alluded to the stat. Who's number 1 in ground ball to fly ball ratio? It's the Rockies.
Yep, 2.15 to 1 so far this year. And there's the collection of double plays turned this year.
4 out of the top 5 in the National League West.
This is a line shot that kind of ate up Troy, but he gloved it. Brandon Crawford out there looking at him. Crawford hit it hard. I think Troy initially was going to catch that with the pinky up, thumb down, turned it around late. 2-1. For the Rockies, 2 runs in the first. Solo home run by Michael Morse in the top of the second. 2-1 is our score as we go to the bottom half of the inning. Fans will answer your questions during Toyota Talk. In the fifth inning, text Toyota followed by your question to 720-720. We'll do it every ball game, in fact. Brandon Barnes for the Rockies. DJ LeMahieu and Tyler Chatwood against the Tennessean Matt Cain. And a base hit for Barnes. How can you not be impressed with Barnes? Done a good job when asked to pinch hit, and when he's gotten starts, he gets on base.
Well, and he's got some starts against some right-handers too, not just the left-handers. Flat slider from Matt Cain. He stays right centered on that swing.
He's now 10 of 19 at Coors Field this year. How about that? He scored 7 runs. Barnes has swiped 3 bases without being caught. Keep that in mind with him at first base. LeMahieu is a good hit and run guy. He takes off, and that's what was on.
Just
the
barely
first
got
pitch.
out of your mouth before you.
He's got to slow down a little bit so I can get my thought out.
For the Rockies, even if they don't hit and run, though, they're 15 to 20 in stolen bases.
And at that magical 75% success rate.
Yes. I've seen some managers put it on back-to-back, but they usually like to wait then. If they weren't successful, then take it off, give the hitter a chance to do his thing, but if it gets back to a 1-1 count, you can throw it on a second time.
Nobody has to whisper more than a first base coach.
Sometimes it's an eye contact, a wink.
And the reason I say that is they always come over and it's always going to be in your right ear away from the first baseman. He was over there.
Well, it's also to the open ear flap side.
Yeah.
You can't hear through the other side.
Bell just trying to play it off.
It's like he's just listening. Put the hit and run on right now. Quick feed from Matt Cain. You have to be aware of that as a base runner. Smart now from Brandon Barnes to back off, regather yourself. The whole time he's looking at Stu with the signs. But get your lead. Don't be fighting to get that lead while he has the ball on the mound.
And that's going to be a base hit. DJ lines one to left. And it's first and second, nobody out. That makes the assignment pretty clear for Tyler Chatwood.
Another slider from Matt Cain, and it is not doing anything today. From the side, DJ wants the foot come down, and we'll freeze it right at the point of contact. But notice how he's still getting the drive off the back leg, and the head's following the barrel of the bat through the zone. They had the wheel play on, and pitchers are taught when they have that wheel play on to go ahead and pull it back, because you have the whole middle of the diamond to try to hit the ball. Just hit it on the ground. I'm looking in the dugout, see if they're going to go the wheel play or a pickoff play. Managers like to follow up the wheel play with the pickoff at second base. Doing
Wheels
it again.
on again, and it's bunted foul. You played every spot in the middle infield and a lot at shortstop, primarily a shortstop in your career. Did you like the wheel play defensively?
No, I think it just opens too many holes. I like setting the shortstop over into the hole more, because he can still get to second base if he has to. But if you want to run it and the bunt's laid down, you could still beat the base runner to third. That's kind of a play I learned from Cal over in Baltimore.
And that'll drop. Little slug bunt. Pence gets to the baseball, And the bases are loaded, nobody out for Charlie Blackman.
Well, there you go. It's just, you see the movement, you create holes, you pull it back, and the whole key with the slug bunt is you're not taking a full swing. Remember, you used to just play pepper, with your buddies out in the yard or on the ball field. You're just trying to play pepper with the baseball. You're not trying to hit it out of the ballpark. Because look at where this ball goes. It's just 2-3 feet from the edge of the grass.
Dave Righetti's had to go to the mound early with Matt Cain. That's an unusual occurrence. Who wants tacos? Remember, when the Rockies score 7 or more during any ball game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 and get your Rockies taco special at Moss at Taco Bell. Rockies up 2-1, looking to expand that. Bases loaded, Charlie Blackman at the plate. 3 straight singles. Barnes, LeMahieu, Chatwood, and everybody on base can really run, including Tyler Chatwood. Charlie, a bloop single to left his first time.
A couple plate appearances for Charlie with the bases loaded. Has 1 walk, 1 sacrifice fly. If you're wondering about the arms out in the outfield, we've chronicled Michael Morris in left field, below average for as far as arm strength, and does not move real good laterally. Gregor Blanco is very strong arm in center field, average with the accuracy, and the same goes for Hunter Pence in right. The thing with Pence, he charges the ball so hard, it might be a late decision from Stu at third base whether to send DJ LeMahieu if it is hit to right.
Charlie's got to get up the line. There's one on to first, not in time. So the Rockies get a run, and it only cost him an out. And Charlie will get a ribby out of that because he got up the line. 14 RBIs for Blackman. Second on the club to Justin Morneau.
And not hit real hard off the end of the bat, but Charlie gets out of the box, hustles down there. Now the Chatwood just peels off. Charlie looking over his shoulder to make sure that there's no throw that's going by. That's interesting. That is the first time since Sunday that the Rockies have scored a run without it being a home run that drove the run in.
Yeah, 21 innings. How about that? First and third for Nolan Arenado. And this gets by, and the run's going to score. Blackman's going to get the second on the error. We'll see if it's on Cain or Belt.
I think it's going to be on Belt. Well,
you'll take that.
Yeah, it did not look like it hit the ground. He just tried to snag it and apply the swipe tag before he caught the baseball.
And the Rockies are up 4-1. That's huge from a twofold perspective. You obviously score a run, but you know, Cain's thinking, I get a ground ball here, I get out of the inning. Arenado's not real fast. You can get a double play.
Yeah, and now you're sitting with the runner in scoring position. That was just another botched play by Brandon Belt. That's 2 in the last 2 games. He had one last night where he dropped a ball. That's 3 errors for Brandon Belt.
Ribby out there for Arenado. 1 out, a 1-0 count on Nolan. Hit the ball to deep right his first time. And Cain will get the out at first, moving 90 feet is Charlie Blackman, and that'll bring up Tulowitzki.
Now with Charlie over at third, it puts more pressure on Sanchez behind the plate. if he wants to bury, if Matt Cain wants to bury a breaking pitch.
Stay hot, Troy. Average up to 381. Here's what he did his first time up.
1001, 1002, that ball's in the stands.
And that's a base hit. Come on down, Charlie Blackman. It's 5-1 Colorado. Tulowitzki has 3 ribbies, and the game's only 2 innings old.
Boy, Hector Sanchez wanted this slider. I mean, he's asking for it to put it down there, but it doesn't. It stays right in that area for Troy to be able to hit it. And again, from the Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mo, towards the end of the bat, but still enough of the sweet spot to put a good swing on it.
So Tulowitzki's homestand grows in stature with each plate appearance. Now 10 of 17, 588 average, 9 RBIs in 5, and I can't even call it 5 1/3 games.
This is just what the doctor ordered too. You beat San Francisco the first 2 games. They had Matt Cain on the hill, and you come out and you throw 5 up at least in the first 2 innings with 7 hits. Don't give him a chance. Keep it going.
Yeah, and there haven't been a bunch of bloops, and you know, they've had some good fortune. Chatwood pulled the bat back on the slug bunt, but the Rockies have hit Cain hard. I mean, he can go, you know, 2 ball games in a row and not give up 7 hits. Left side, Sandoval will make the catch. In the inning, the Rockies load the bases with nobody out, and they cash in 3 runs. Tulowitzki in the middle of things again. 5-1 Colorado. The Ford F-150. It's not just a truck, it's an F-150, and it's built Ford tough. And by AT&T, mobilizing your world. What a terrific start for the Rockies. They're bouncing baseballs everywhere today. 2 in the first, 3 in the second against Matt Cain. And it's a 5-1 advantage for Tyler Chatwood. He gave up a solo home run last inning to Michael Morse. And there's the pitcher comparison.
Just that 1 home run given up by Tyler.
Brandon Hicks takes ball one. Tyler was given a big lead in his last outing against the Phillies, and to his credit, he pounded the strike zone. He ended up giving up only 2 hits in 7 innings. 1 unearned run.
He wants those guys to get back to the bat rack as quick as they can.
Don't blame him. 72 degrees, our game time temperature, same as last night. And this ball's pretty well hit. Blackman's going to watch it sail out. So Brandon Hicks' solo home run, his second of the year, and it's 5-2. That ball just carried and carried.
I thought it was going to be a gapper, but not a home run off the bat. It sounded pretty good, but not that loud thump that you're used to seeing and hearing.
Well, the ball has always flown toward right center field, and there are some that are speculating, since the Rockies changed the architecture a little bit in the offseason with the rooftop, that there's even a greater current that flows out to right center field.
Maybe, because I just saw where that ball hit off the bat of Brandon Hicks, and it was closer to the label than it was to the sweet spot.
Matt Cain lines it to pretty deep right field. Barnes can't catch it. And whoa, Matt Cain thought he had an automatic double. Barnes did a good job firing it back in, so it's a long single. And Chatwood, very familiar with Coors Field. He's got to get the baseball down.
Yeah, he has to. And this was a ball that just stayed up because Brandon cut across and then had to circle back.
Ball's flying.
Yeah, it is. And you'll know this now after you've seen the last couple balls, but he gets it back in to keep the double play in order.
The Giants have hit some balls out of the park this year. That was their 23rd, the ball that Hicks hit out, which is 7th in baseball. Last 2 years, they were 29th and dead last in home runs.
For 14 home runs in the first week, 10 days, something like that.
Bochy's managed so many games here between San Diego and now in his 8th year in the stewarding of the San Francisco Giants. And he knows that, as Yogi would say, it's never over till it's over.
Well, last year the Rockies at Coors Field was 8th on the list of giving up home runs, and this year right now they're leading with 34. PNC Park and Wrigley Field are tied for 4th with 24. Not surprised by Great American being 3rd with 27. Of course, Angel Stadium, you have Pujols, Trout.
There's a couple on there you figure will emerge at some point. Citizens Bank in Philadelphia, Yankee Stadium in New York. And then there's some places that you will never see on there. The Giants' home park, Petco Park, Citi Field,
Marlins
Park, even with Stanton there. 2 strikes on Blanco, and he's gone. That's the first strikeout for Chatwood.
Well, the 2014 Colorado Rockies Youth Baseball Camp at Coors Field is presented by Sports Authority. That will take place on July 7th and 8th. Registration will begin in May for boys and girls age 8 to 13. Roster spots are limited, so call today, 303-ROCKIES, or go online to Rockies.com/community and sign up for the Youth Baseball Camp.
The dangerous Hunter Pence, and he'll move his feet. Ball 1. Pence popped out right in front of the plate to Rosario. 10-pitch, 1-2-3 first inning for Chatwood. Kane at first. Conservative lead allows Morneau to get a little more room defensively. Chatwood gets such tremendous movement, Huey, on his fastball and that 2-seamer that you'll see from time to time in starts where he's upside down and counts and walks some people.
Yeah, he just starts running away from his arm on the arm side. And then what I mean by that, the left shoulder's flying out, you leave your arm behind, and it'll run in too much to the righties.
Back up the middle, a base hit. Well, Pence was 0 for 15 against Tyler Chatwood until that single.
Well, he took this right back up the box after being brushed back a couple pitches. That was unintentional, the brushbacks. And he just hit this. Just missed Tyler Chatwood, hitting him in the leg.
Now you have Brandon Belt up there. He had a ground ball sharply right at Morneau his first time. 1 out, 2 on. The Rockies leading 5-2 in the third. But it's a first pitch ball.
San Francisco in this series is 1 for 19 with runners in scoring position. Last 10 ball games is 9 for 79.
Two 2-0. That's where he's been hurt. He's been hurt in the premier hitters count. 2-0. Pence just with the single on a 2-0 count. Hicks was in a favorable spot. Michael Morse in a favorable count when he hit the ball out.
Well, think of it as a window. When you're in a favorable count as a hitter, that window gets smaller. You're narrow. Your focus narrows to an area that you like to swing the bat in. When the pitcher is ahead of you 0-2, 1-2, that window is really wide. Trying to cover all 4 quadrants, you can't do it.
Lifted to left field. Dickerson. And that's out number 2. That'll bring up Michael Morse.
Michael Morse back in the second inning. A fastball up and away from him. Took it out into the bullpen of the Giants. Good pitch. Great pitch. I say that because it was a first pitch slider from Tyler when he'd been trying to throw the fastball on first pitch. And that's what Michael Morse was hunting.
0-1 on Morse. This is where the Giants have been just dreadful lately. Runners in scoring position, and Belt just hit a fly ball to left. They're 1 for 19 now, 1 for 20 in the series with runners in scoring position. But it goes back beyond that. Their last 6, they're 3 for 41. You want more? They're 9 for their last 139, covering 12 ball games. But there's always a but, right? With 2 outs and runners in scoring position, they've been better than anybody else in the National League. So go figure.
Yeah, and there's 15 teams under 200 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs.
This just tied up the baseball game. Wow. Michael Morse with his second home run of the day, and that 5-1 lead is gone. 3-run home run for Morse. He's driven in 4 of the 5 for the Giants.
This time it was a slider that he hit out.
Backed up though.
Yeah, it did. You see it go back, and Willeen had to reach back on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Morris knew it when he hit it. He just dropped the bat and started into his jaw.
Three home runs for the Giants against Tyler Chatwood. Well, it's going to be one of those days, I guess, huh?
Rockies had that in the Game 3 in the Phillies series.
They did. Hopefully it turns out differently. 7th time in Michael Morse's career he's had a multi-home run game. And it's strike 3 on Sandoval. In the inning, 4 runs for the Giants. Solo home run Brandon Hicks, 3-run home run Michael Morse. Whole new day, 5-5. Using the hashtag #COFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown during an upcoming broadcast. It's brought to you by AT&T. With Jeff Houston and Mark Stout, I'm Drew Goodman. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. The Rockies scored 5 runs against Matt Cain in the first 2 innings, but they have a stalemate because the Giants have scored 5 in 3 innings against Chatwood. First pitch to Rosario's outside, ball 1. Willeen a single his first at bat. Rosario will be followed by Dickerson and Brandon Barnes. 5, 6, and 7 in the Rockies lineup. And this ball is in the air to center field. Gregor Blanco has got it. Somebody typically gets settled in, not always, but when you have pitchers that have this kind of ability, and especially the track record of Matt Cain, you just hope it's your guy and not their guy.
That's right. And Matt Cain has the experience of pitching here, so we've seen it before where he's given up some runs, but you look up, he's still in the ball game in the 6th or 7th inning. So you just have to use the same approach offensively against Cain as you did in the first 2.
Two-strike count on Dickerson. Corey out of Meridian Junior College in Mississippi.
Center field.
Can he see? There you
Doesn't
go.
matter.
Tilt the hat up. Corey will do that. Corey hits balls off the ground.
I was trying to think back to last year where he hit that ball bounced and he hit it like a cricket.
For a base hit?
For a base hit. But when you're a career .322 hitter in the minor leagues, up in the big leagues, you've shown you can hit. You can do those things.
He has hit at every stop. I think early on there was concern, would he be good enough to play defense on a regular basis, and not only has he shown that he's plenty good enough, he can play center field. Casper 348, that gets you on the radar. Solid Nashville. California League 338. Texas League 274.
Well, and he's worked hard on his defense too. You mentioned it, but he's out there working hard every day, trying to get better, improving routes, taking balls off the bat, batting practice in all the different positions.
One thing any good player, you know this, has to have is an inner confidence. And he has
and an inner drive. You have to have both of those things. You have to, not somebody prodding you saying, hey, why don't you go out and take some. It's, I'm going to do it myself.
And now it's a 3-2 count. Five in the third. How many people figured it would be this way with Kane going against Chatwood? Two outs, and that'll bring up Brandon Barnes.
MLB.TV Premium. Yeah, that's the #1 live streaming sports service. It's celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers and watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices.
Barnes a single and a run scored last inning. You know, Matt Cain in his career has had 3.98 with a run support. That's the average, which is the lowest of any active starting pitcher. So when he gets 3 or more runs, his record is 80-9. The last time he was staked to or had his offense produce more than that and he lost was back on July 5th, 2011. That's the last time. I'm not saying the team lost, but he had the loss. 5-5, and it's an 0-2 count on Barnes.
Part of the reason why he's a 3-time All-Star. Just shows you how tough he is.
Giants have not won any of his 4 starts this year, despite Matt Cain having a 2.88 ERA.
3 of those 4 starts out on the road, at Arizona, at LA, and San Diego. The home start he had was against Colorado. It was on the 12th of April.
Now the Cubs are struggling. Samardzija not getting much support. Francisco Liriano with the Pirates. Cubs were down early. Now they lead Arizona 3-2. Arizona is an absolute train wreck.
It's just everything about Arizona right now. Starting pitching, relieving, offense.
And a 2-out walk to Barnes. Good at bat. Matt Cain loses Barnes, and he was ahead of him 0-2. That will allow LeMahieu to hit. DJ had a sharp single to left. See Madison Bumgarner yesterday? Second pitcher ever to throw a complete game and lose at Coors Field. The only other guy it happened to was Jason Jennings in 06. There's Madison.
Bruce Bochy was talking about him last night and this morning. This is his performance.
So Cain works a quiet third inning. We're tied at 5 as we go to the 4th.
Weather and Science Day, and I'm joined by Joanne Parkhouse. Joanne, you're not here for Weather and Science Day, but you're here in a mathematical way. Tell everybody why.
We bring our 8th graders down every year to score a game, and then afterwards we analyze the scoring that the kids have done. We recalculate batting averages. We make different graphs to compare teams' batting averages and make decisions about which teams are the better batters, and also do some other analyzing of data with home runs and strikeouts and those kinds of things too.
This is a full-blown math project for West Middle School, which is in Cherry Hills, right?
Yep. Greenwood Village. Yep.
And guys, she's been doing this for how many years?
I think this is probably about 17th or 18th year we've been doing this.
So how many 8th graders are here doing this?
Today about 350.
And they're all out here section 159 and 160 in center field. 95% will do it?
About, probably more than that, but yeah, almost all will do exactly what they're supposed to do.
All right, so who's the official scorer for this? Is it you?
It's all the math teachers will keep a score card, and we'll compare, and then we'll use those to check the kids' cards.
Drew, Joanne told me that your wife was actually a student teacher at West Middle School.
She
Back
was.
in the day, do you remember that?
She was, yeah. And then when she was still teaching, she moved over to another middle school, but she was at West for a little bit, yeah.
So she's a mathematician.
She's very good with numbers, yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's great for baseball. This is a pretty cool project. So we'll watch as everybody's. You're here for the whole game, obviously.
Yep, we are here all the way through till. Well, we have to leave a little after 4 if it's not over, but if it's over, we'll be here the whole time.
I guess then you just check the newspaper and see how the box score. Well, thank you, Joanne.
Yes, thank you.
Pretty cool project at the ballpark, guys.
Yeah, and I know that middle school well. It's a great middle school. One out on the line, shot by Hector Sanchez to Justin Morneau.
I think it's a neat way to teach percentages.
Yeah.
Really?
Keep kids involved and they're engaged.
When you ask any ball player, they can almost calculate their batting averages or running down the line. Well, that's a hit. Okay, that just raised it 4 or 5 points.
Brandon Crawford, 5 for 13 lifetime against Tyler Chatwood. He lined out to short his first time. Two and 0. Too many 2-0 counts from Chatwood today.
Just not enough strikes down in the zone. The first inning was great. I mean, you get the ground ball, a little pop up, another ground ball. But right now, 49 pitches, 50 pitches now, 27 strikes, 23 balls.
Got to change that ratio around, and he's fallen behind 3-0 on Crawford. Wow.
It's very close.
Trying to find yourself in the middle of a game while you're competing is not easy, and that's what Chatwood's trying to do.
Trying to think, is it mechanical? What am I doing? Am I rushing to the plate? Am I staying on line? Sometimes it's just overthinking out there.
Brandon Hicks homered his first time. Can't spot the fastball, so you go to a slider, and he misses there.
It might be a case where the bullpen's going to become involved earlier, and that's why it was so important for Franklin Morales to do what he did last night, giving you 7 innings, which tied a career high for him. Because there was a couple guys down in the bullpen that it wasn't known until after the game that they were not available.
Tommy Canley obviously wasn't available, you'd assume, after pitching 2 innings.
He was down, but now with the day off tomorrow, I think everybody's ready to go.
(2-0) on Hicks. 3-0. That's 7 straight pitches out of the strike zone. And you're in the bottom of that order. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level seats today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC.
Nobody up in the Rockies bullpen as of right now.
Five runs, 5 hits, 3 home runs for the Giants. 1 out. Crawford at first, 3-1 on Hicks. The Rockies, since Michael Kadire has been unavailable, have won 4 of 5 games. It's always good when you can be above 500 when your stalwarts is not involved.
Carlos hasn't hit like we know Carlos can.
Yep. 3-2, runner going. Ball, that's a strike, and Crawford's out. A strike him out, throw him out, and Crawford looked like he eased up, thought it was ball 4, and the Rockies catch a nice break. Rosario guns down Crawford, and that'll get the Rockies off the field in the top of the 4th. Watch Crawford, he kind of slows down. Was ejected from the game. Now watch the pitch and watch Chris Conroy. He doesn't hesitate. He calls strike 3 immediately. Crawford eases up. Now Hicks may not have liked the call.
Bruce Bochy's right in his face. He said that was a strike, is what Conroy's saying. Bochy doesn't agree. Look at the heave-ho.
The ejection had to come before that.
Well, you can't argue balls and strikes. So that's what Chris Conroy is saying. You can't argue that. You came out of the dugout to argue. I got to toss you.
Chatwood at the plate, 1-1. Now, again, you'll hear managers, bench coaches, guys get on umpires a little bit about their strike zone, but it's from afar. And sometimes if it's enough, you'll see the umpire, you know when he's ticked, he'll pull the mask off and say that's enough. If you come out, the rule is you're supposed to, you can't do it, that you're going to get run.
Well, it's the second Giant in this series to get run
Now, the only thing he may have been upset with the strike call. The only thing you could say, well, hey, was it a delayed called third strike because it affected my runner? He thought it was ball 4. But that wasn't the case. I mean, Conroy immediately threw his right arm up in the air, indicating it was a strike.
And so if Brandon Crawford's running, he'll see that as he glances over his shoulder.
Chatwood gone.
Whatever it was a strike him out, throw him out for the Rockies.
And it's a real break because Chatwood's struggling to throw strikes. And now, because of the double play, you have Kane leading off in the 5th inning.
Right.
Charlie Blackman with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. That was the 2nd strikeout for Matt Kane. Rockies have won 3 of the first 5 against San Francisco this year. They'll play 19. How about the Giants? Their schedule, the Rockies' schedule's rough, playing 40 out of 42 days to begin the season. I've never heard of anything like that. And the Giants, their first 22, all inside the NL West. That ends today when they go home after the ball game. They'll have a day off tomorrow, and then Friday the Cleveland Indians will be at AT&T Park. The Rockies will travel after the game, acclimate again to the West Coast, and they'll play the Dodgers Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then it's on to Arizona.
Right after Cleveland for the Giants, they're back in the division though with San Diego, and then they have a 10-game road trip out to Atlanta, Pittsburgh, and back playing LA for 4.
2-1 on Blackman, and Charlie drives this ball to deep right. It is over the head of Pence, and it's gone. Told you the ball's flying. Charlie Blackman's done it again, his 5th home run. I mean, the ball is just really flying to right center field. I mean, the ball was hit well, but even Pence, he thought that was going to either hit the dirt or kiss off the wall, and it just sailed over into the Rockies bullpen. Good for Colorado and Charlie Blackman. 6-5, they lead.
Just a sinker that did not sink. There must be something today that's just keeping the ball up, because Charlie Blackman again comes through with another swing. You look at it, and that ball, I'm still trying to debate, was it Troy's home run or that ball that got out the fastest? Either way, they're both missiles. And it's a seat behind the wall in right field.
Wind is blowing out in that direction. 6-5 Colorado. Nolan Arenado 0 for 2. 2-strike count on Nolan, who brings a 13-game hitting streak into the ball game. The beard is getting it done. Maybe looking at the player of the month in the National League in April.
It's 30 hits for Charlie.
It's 2 for 3 today, so his .411 average is going up. Shallow right, Pence coming hard. 2 outs.
It's 32 hits now for Charlie. He had 30 coming into the game.
Yeah. Our cold hard facts are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Batting average at home this year, Colorado hitting .346. Miami, that's shocking because it's a tough park to hit in. They're hitting .293 at home. That's, you know, last year that was a bad offensive team. St. Louis, not a surprise. Cubs and Philadelphia, really not a surprise, but look how the averages drop off. Those that have followed Rockies baseball through the years know that for the Rockies to be successful, they have to absolutely dominate here at home. All good teams do.
But you have to use this park to your advantage, and they've done it against the Giants since last year. They're 9-3 against San Francisco at Coors Field.
Best home average ever, the 1930 Phillies, .344. That's a strike on Tula, who's 2 for 2, 2-run home run, and an RBI single with 2 outs.
Look the inside of the Ford strike zone.
Wind's really blowing and it's getting a little overcast.
It just picked up in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, wrappers are floating around the ballpark. Doug, it's Science Day. We're supposed to have weather. Do your favorite thing now. You can play amateur meteorologist. God, his face lit up when I turned and asked him that.
The days when you're wearing contacts that bother you.
Did you wear contacts?
Yeah, when I played this, I hated the wind when it picked up like this, blowing the dirt around.
I was thinking of nicknaming Doug Stormy Marino, but that, that's been used before for meteorologists. So I'm gonna. How about Thunder Shower Marino?
Look at, he's still smiling.
Loves it. No rain in the forecast, just wind. Thank you, Doug. Which means it's going to pour any second.
I was gonna say thank you, Mr. Obvious. The wind.
Really. Thank you, Captain Obvious. 1-2 on Troy. Have fun with this one, boys.
Good luck.
That's a heck of a job by Pablo Sandoval. 6-5 Colorado on the Charlie Blackman big fly. We'll be back in a minute. Walt Weiss will join us from the Rockies dugout. Colorado up a run on the Giants, trying to sweep them out of town. Walt Weiss was kind enough to join us from the Rockies dugout. You didn't figure it'd be 6-5, did you, in the middle innings with Chatwood going against Kane, Walt, did you?
No, definitely didn't. But looks like one of those days. The ball's going pretty good today, and it's going to be last man standing here.
It's just nice to see this offense continue to carry what they've been really doing this whole homestand.
Yeah, we're swinging the bats very well, Huey. I think our approach has been good for the most part all year. It's paying off.
Hey, Walt, good luck the rest of the way. Appreciate the time.
Walt.
Thanks, guys.
Matt Cain leading off against Tyler Chatwood. Hopefully Tyler can get on a roll here on the hill. It's a 1-1 count, and that's inside 2-1. Cain threw out a base hit off the base of the right field wall. Went as a long single. And look at that, man. That's nowhere close. 3-1.
He's had a couple times today from Tyler. You're not going to have it. You just got to figure a way to battle through it.
It's 3-1 on the opposing pitcher. 3-2. And another base hit for Matt Cain. It's also our Toyota Talk inning, so we'll try to get some questions here. Gregor Blanco will be next. Ground ball to second and a strikeout for Blanco. Normally Angel Pagan leads things off with the Giants. He did not have good numbers career-wise against Chatwood.
Also dealing with a bit of a stiff knee. It was a good day for Bruce Bochy to get Blanco into the lineup.
First game in the leadoff spot for Blanco, in fact, this year. Why is it so different for a pitcher to work from the bullpen versus the rotation?
Sometimes it depends on do you have enough pitches to be a starting pitcher compared to a bullpen guy. But the other thing is too is just the work you do in between starts compared to what you would do as a reliever. You don't want to overthrow when you know you might be used that night in the ball game. So your preparation's different.
And beyond that, I think your first point, it's a 2-1, is the most important. There are pitchers out there that, you know, most guys in the bullpen are 2-pitch guys, and if they had, you know, in the past 3 or 4 pitches, they eliminated because they're trying to get 3 outs. Most guys in the bullpen.
Yeah, so you can get by with 1 or 2 pitches.
A starter in a perfect world is trying to get through a lineup 3 times, and so you have to, as you said, have more pitches and be able to throw them more frequently in different counts. Here's the 2-2. And it's 3-2.
Some guys' arms, durability wise, it just feels better when they start. They can't throw every single day where you could use them in the bullpen. Other guys have those rubber type arms where, hey, pick up a baseball and let's start firing.
Rex has come into the game for a while today, but you start stretching in that 5th, 6th inning, and that's a walk to Blanco. Boy, it's just a tough day for Tyler Chatwood. It's a 1-run game. He may force Walt's hand earlier today than Walt would have imagined.
I got to look down here and just probably thinking about getting Chad Bettis, maybe Tommy up.
Canley's been great in this role, kind of bridging to the late inning guys. He worked 2 tremendous innings 2 days ago, punched out 5, which tied a Rockies record for a reliever. Dangerous Hunter Pence fouls off the first pitch. Why do the Rockies keep their infield so hard and fast?
Not sure that I mean, it might look like it, but it's really no different than all the other infielders. Climate might have something to do with it, where even though you water it down, you do it, as we see Tommy Canley getting up to throw, but it just dries out so much faster.
Huey, who was the toughest pitcher you ever faced?
Oh, Phoebe, you know what? I had to face Randy Johnson a couple times. I think he was as tough as there was in the game, left on left. John Smoltz was no fun for a right-handed pitcher. Smoltz could throw hard, had a nasty slider. People always ask about Greg Maddux. Greg Maddux just make you look foolish for 4 at-bats, but you didn't feel for your life.
Oh, 2. That was 97.
Might be part of the problem, overthrowing. I'm sure we've seen Tyler hit 97 this year.
It was 95, but down. It's 2-2. When a manager is ejected, where do they go? It's usually been the nearest saloon. I'm kidding, Ben. They go into the that's in the dirt 3-2, 2 on, nobody out, and a 3-2 count on Pence. They'll go into their office, watch the game from there typically, and some managers still like to relay information to the bench coach. Other managers, they have implicit trust with their bench coach, and Bruce Bochy and Ron Wotus. Ron's running the team right now. There's Ron on the right. He's probably letting him go because of their relationship. And that misses, and now the bases are loaded. Jim Wright's going to come out. Tommy Kahnle is feverishly firing baseballs in the bullpen. And it's just one of those days for Tyler Chatwood. He just does not have any command at all. It's his 4th walk. And he got ahead of Pence 0-2.
0-2. The Giants with the bases loaded, 3 for 15, and Brandon Belt 0 for 2.
And the worst thing is you're in
the meat part.
You're in the meat of their order, and depending on what happens with Belt, I don't know if I can't imagine the way you give a guy like Chatwood an opportunity to work himself out of things, but the guy on deck's hit 2 long home runs against him. I can't imagine he's going to be allowed to face him.
And
talking about Michael Morse. So it may be Belt and a much earlier exit than Chatwood would have liked. At third base, Matt Cain, he singled on a 3-2 pitch. Gregor Blanco walked. Hunter Pence walked. And you have real good speed on in terms of the guys at first and second. This will give up a run to get 2 outs here.
They're playing back on the right side of the infield with Justin Morneau playing behind the runner and DJ. So if they hit that ground ball at somebody, they're going to call timeout. They're just not quite sure what they want to throw or where they want to go, because you want to work the sinker, but you have to worry about that ball inside inner third to Brandon Belt into his power zone.
Yeah, Tommy Kahnle's ready because I've been watching him. He stopped throwing. He's watching right now. Bo McLaughlin, the Rockies pitching coach, or excuse me, he's co-pitching coach and bullpen coach. That's fouled off. There's Bo, former big league pitcher.
He's already told them the situations, the guys that might be up to bat if he comes in, how to pitch to him. They've gone through that whole scouting report.
Yeah, that's a great point. You say, well, what's the bullpen coach doing? He's going over exactly what you said with the potential guys he'll face. They had a meeting on those guys at the start of the series, but then it's a refresher. 0-2, and he struck them out. Chatwood hustling. Rosario looks like he got hurt on that block. That's the first out. Let's see how Walt plays this. Boy, is Willeen all right?
I think so. Might have just knocked the wind out of him. I don't think Brandon Belt was expecting that pitch from Tyler. 78 miles an hour.
Potentially a huge strikeout, because Morse, if you can get him to hit it on the ground, does not run particularly. Oh, he got crossed up.
Crossed up. That
was a heater that hit him in the chest.
Excuse me, that was a 4-seam fastball. I was just watching the way he dropped down. That's why I thought it was a breaking pitch.
Well, that's right. He thought it was going to be a breaking pitch.
Well, and I was just looking at the reaction of the hitter and Willeen. And then he just wore that in the stomach.
So Chatwood will be allowed to face Morse, who's hit 2 home runs against him. A solo shot in the second And a game-tying 3-run shot in the third line drive. Blocked by LeMahieu. What a play by DJ. That saved at least one, perhaps two.
With Blanco's speed at second base, that was probably going to be 2 runs. Man, oh man, what a play from DJ. He just lays out. Almost thinks he has a hit. Nope. Guy with a .993 career fielding percentage at second base.
Not out of the woods yet. Pablo Sandoval 0 for 1 and a walk. 5 for 13 against Chatwood in his career. That's a strike, and now Sandoval looks off in disgust. Remember when he came up, he was catching a fair amount of time and also playing third base. He hasn't been behind the plate in a long time.
He played some first base too.
Yeah. High fly ball to right. The Rockies, as long as they grab this baseball, get out of it. Amazing. Bases loaded, nobody out. And the Giants do not score. 6-5 Colorado DJ. What a play. Game recap. First Bank proud to support the home team. Sign up for free checking at efirstbank.com. Rockies up 6-5. Tulowitzki's driven in 3. 27th time in his career. He's hit a home run in back-to-back ball games. Michael Morse has driven in 4, 2 home runs. He nearly drove in a couple of more. Robbed by DJ LeMahieu and Charlie Blackman. Up to his antics once again. A home run to give the Rockies a 6-5 lead an inning ago. He's got a couple hits this afternoon. Rockies in the bottom of the 5th will have the cleanup man Justin Morneau, Willeen Rosario, Corey Dickerson to face Matt Cain. And this ball is hit in the air to left field. Morris started back and now will come in. 1 out. I'm sure Giant fans back in the Bay Area are saying, man, we've watched this for about 2 weeks now. Runners in scoring position, they cannot come through. Bases loaded, nobody out, and you're in the 5th part of the lineup. You couldn't handpick the guys from a Giants perspective. You wanted up more.
No, you had Brandon Belt, 6 home runs, 3rd in the National League in home runs. Yeah, Michael Morris has already hit 2 today with 4 RBIs.
He had 900 feet of home runs so far.
And Pablo Sandoval. And you're looking at that, but what a pitching performance at the end from Tyler Chatwood. get the strikeout, you get the snag of the line drive, and then you could just kind of see that extra bounce in his step once he got those two guys, Pablo Sandoval. Okay, let's go, you and me.
And I think it gives you a little more insight into Walt Weiss, the player, Walt Weiss, the competitor, and why his team loves to compete for him, because he's going to give you latitude. He's going to truly be in your corner, and it's not just verbiage. 2-1. Well, it's actions. I mean, Chatwood, I think most people figured there's no way. I was thinking he's probably not going to face Michael Morris. He's hit 2 titanic home runs against him. He goes, no, I believe in you. Let's go.
Yeah, and we've seen it before where he's gone out to the mound not to take the baseball away from the guys, but to give him a pat on the back, look him in the eye, say, you're my guy. Let's go get it. But you're right. I'm sure there are some fans sitting at home going, man, I wouldn't let him face him again after hitting a couple home runs, but he did. He got out of it. And if that was it, he still has a chance for a W.
And I think to the play DJ made on Michael Morris, and I think last night the play Tulowitzki made in the hole, diving stop, not only did it save a run, but he got an out on the force at second. And we talked in spring training on broadcast frequently that one of the premier strengths of this club will be an offense that's deep 1 through 8, but also a defense that should rival any in baseball.
Well, rival not only in fielding percentage wise, which they're 5th in the National League, but range. If you factor in the range that these guys have, they get to baseballs other people don't get to.
1-1 on Dickerson, a ground ball to short and a strikeout for Corey. And nobody's throwing right now. Canely obviously was up and ready to go last inning. Chatwood may go back out that 6th inning. He's thrown 80 pitches.
Canely, if he was going to go out, there's 2 outs, he would be tossing more than likely.
So 1-2-3 inning for Kane. Rockies lead 6-5 as we go to the 6th. Tyler Chatwood will go back out.
This is a big day in baseball. Crystal's here with her Cubs hat on so that I could show you that today is Wrigley Field's 100th birthday. The first baseball game was April the 23rd, 1914 at Wrigley. It was the Chicago Federals against the Kansas City Packers. The Arizona Diamondbacks and the Cubs wore those throwback jerseys and unis today. It's kind of a neat day. And a lot of Rockies have connections with Wrigley Field. One, of course, is Jeff Houston. Huey, your last season was with the Cubs, and you enjoyed your time playing at Wrigley.
Oh, I really did. I mean, it's something special about stepping out onto that field. And also had a chance to play with Eric Young Sr. that year.
Eric Young Sr. told me, he wanted to wear 21. He couldn't. A teammate had that. He wore 7 because you can't wear 14 in Chicago, and you know why that is.
Yeah, some guy named Ernie Banks.
That's right. So he couldn't take Mr. Cub's number, so he said he went with 7. That's how he finished his career. Bo McLaughlin's first save ever at Wrigley Field in his career. So everybody has some kind of a tie to the friendly confines. Crystal's now a Rockies fan, though. She's moved here to the mountains, and she's going to switch that hat over as the game progresses. So, right? You're all in, okay.
Well, Mark, like you, I sat in the bleachers around
in the 80s.
Yes, 22 years of age in the bleachers. That was interesting.
I saw George.
This gets away. Rosario, can he get the out at first? No, tough break.
At Wrigley, anyway, I went to see a Cubs-Cardinals game in the mid-'80s when George was playing there. So it's kind of neat to think about that 100 years old today.
And we'll be in Chicago later on in the summer. Well, the strikeout of Sanchez, but he reaches on a wild pitch, and that's the kind of day it's for Tyler Chatwood. So it is his 5th strikeout, but there's nobody out. Sanchez at first, Brandon Crawford at the plate.
It skipped all the way over to the batters on deck circle where the Giants are. Just couldn't track it down fast enough.
On the corner for a strike. Pitch looked like it was a little bit away. The dugout was chirping again for the Giants.
And the other thing too, when a guy's not around the plate a lot, and there's a pitch on the corner, the other dugout's going to start to chirp because the umpire never really gets into a routine of what's a strike and what's a ball. Bruce Bochy was ejected a couple innings ago. This is his first ejection of the year. He's arguing balls and strikes.
Line caught, double play. Man, of the Rockies flash leather. Justin Morneau this time. And he just had to lie and reach out on the glove, place it on the bag. Hector Sanchez, nothing he could do.
Well, Justin's holding the runner on. He comes off 1-2 shuffle, stop. Good thing he's right-handed.
Yeah, great point, Huey, because if he's left-handed, he's not going to be able to make that play.
No, he can't reach all the way across his body. Instead, it's a line-out double play. 2 outs, nobody on.
Brandon Hicks at the plate. DJ LeMahieu play. That's a double easily for Crawford. You're going to have second and third at the very least. Tying run at third, go ahead run at second with nobody out. And now there's 2 outs, nobody on for San Francisco.
A couple times in the last 3 outs, Tyler's got huge help from his defense.
And now he's working ahead of Hicks, who hit a home run against him earlier. 1-2. One more pitch. In all likelihood, handed off to the bullpen. 1-2, slider.
Well, we talk about pitches too. 94th pitch upcoming for Tyler, and then really after the first 10 or 11 of the ball game, those next 80-something pitches have not been easy. Those have been taxing.
And a base hit. And that'll bring up Matt Cain, who's hit 2 balls very hard for base hits. Auto glass damage, trust SafeLight. Go online to safelight.com or call SafeLight at 303-287-5000. 1-0. Good fastball.
Kane trying to hit that one to Fort Collins.
Two outs, Kane at the plate. Pitch number 97 for Chatwood. 2-1. One thing that allows Bochy to keep Kane and Bumgarner in games longer. One, they're great pitchers. Two, they give you good at bats.
Well, last night Bumgarner hit a double in the 7th inning.
And he drove in 5 in his other start against the Rockies. Bouncing ball to third. Arenado had to retreat. Low throw. No problem at first base for Justin Morneau. So Chatwood navigates the 6th inning. The Rockies lead at 6-5. Visit Dodge.com or your local Dodge dealer today. By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Drew Goodman, Jeff Hewson, Mark Stout from Coors Field. Great crowd on hand for a Wednesday afternoon special. Rockies trying to sweep the Giants at Coors Field for the first time since May of 2002. They're up 6-5. Tyler Chatwood has battled command issues today, but he has gotten through 6 innings with Willeen Rosario. Pete Duggar, Rockies' outstanding head trainer, looking on. And at the bottom of the 6th inning, the Rockies will have Brandon Barnes, DJ LeMahieu, and then in all likelihood a pinch hitter for Chatwood to face Matt Cain. Cain, since he was the last batter, a little tardy getting out to the mound. Just now finishing his warm-up pitches. Hey, I caught this yesterday. I don't know if you realize this. It just gives you an idea how many great fans there are of the Rockies. Last night, Tuesday night, and obviously we're in April, so kids are in school all over the country, and typically this time of year evening games midweek are not exceptionally well attended, and it was a full slate of games. The Rockies had the 3rd highest attendance total last night, more than 27,000 at Coors Field. The only places that had more folks of the other 14 ball games. Fenway, naturally, because the Yankees are there. And Dodger Stadium, the Phillies playing the Dodgers out in Los Angeles, and the Dodgers draw exceptionally well. Also, the Rockies were third among major league teams in attendance yesterday.
Two larger markets, too, Boston and L.A.
Yeah, much larger.
But it just tells you the depth and the passion of the fans here in the Rocky Mountain region. Come out and watch this ball club, the way they're playing, the energy with what they're playing with, too.
And look at this. This is a day game. And I know there's a lot of kids here with the science fair, but there's a whole lot of other folks also. A lot of people out in the rock pile. Rex Brothers looks like he's going to handle the 7th inning.
Still working on that math.
You or them?
No, I was just talking about the kids. They're going to be graded on this later.
No, that's what I meant. You or them? You don't think we're going to grade your scorebook at the end of the day?
I better clean my scorebook up.
I think that's so cool. 1-2 on Barnes, and Brandon strikes out. First time he's not reached against Matt Cain. Good job Brandon's done. Last night 2 for 4 batting leadoff. Though he struck out there, he's been on base 2 out of 3 times today. Well, we thank you again for texting in your questions during Toyota Talk. For more answers, visit the Root Sports Facebook page at facebook.com/RootSportsRM. Our game analyst will answer a bonus Toyota Talk question before this game is over. Josh Rutledge has come out on deck. Curveball misses. For Cain, just his 3rd strikeout. Bouncing ball foul.
Josh Rutledge has come to the on-deck circle. As mentioned, Rex Brothers is warming up. There's Josh.
Ground ball toward the hole and on through. Base hit LeMahieu, his 2nd of the ball game.
DJ just stays inside the baseball, pulls the hands in close to his body. He can shoot that ball to right field very nicely.
That's a strike on Rutt. We're not at school and
we're here at
we're
the ballpark.
having a blast. 6 runs, 9 hits for the Rockies, 5 runs, 7 hits, and an error on the Giants. Mayhew was terrific stealing bases last year, up and down the lineup. Rockies may not have a guy that'll go get you 40, but they have a bunch of guys that can get you 15.
Just get you in a scoring position earlier and easier.
He takes off high, throw to second. It's going to get it. Good throw by Sanchez. Crawford applied the tag.
It was interesting because I don't think Matt Cain hit his spot, because if Brandon Crawford is covering on a right-handed hitter, it tells me that pitch should have been down and away. You're not going to mix it up as a middle infielder if you think he's going to pull. And it might have been a missed hit and run the way DJ was looking back.
Yeah, that was a significant look back.
Yeah, it wasn't just a glance to see if it was put in play. That was 2 or 3 strides of looking.
Two and two. Kane's thrown 87 pitches now as that's fouled off.
Ask about the Rockies buy one get one free suite offer. There are 25 or 24 buy one get one dates throughout the season, so call today. Space is limited.
Three and two. I want to clarify something earlier. I mentioned that Bumgarner threw a complete game yesterday, and he, along with Jason Jennings, the only guys to throw a complete game and lose at Coors Field. It's actually throw a complete game and give up 2 runs or less and lose.
Either way.
Yeah. Rutledge goes down, and that ends the 6th inning. We move on to the 7th with the Rockies ahead 6-5 against the Giants.
Bring one of the redneck guys, you know, because they know how to survive.
Rex Brothers. He's like the ultimate outdoorsman.
Oh, if we get it done for sure, it'd be a piece of cake. Probably bring Belial.
Belial. We'll go with Belial.
Hey, let's go. I got you.
I tell you what, either one of those guys, and you'd be okay. Forget the tent. They'd build like a log cabin in a couple hours. You'd be fishing. You have more food than you know what to do with. Yep.
I'm going to go with the
Brothers.
I'm going to go with the experience. I'll take Belial.
Yep. And if Helton were still around, you'd grab him also.
The guy that Walt Weiss is going to grab right now is Rex Brothers to come out here to face the Giants in the top of the 7th inning. 10 ball games, and last night, impressive 1 inning, just 9 pitches to get through those innings. A couple left-handers for the Giants.
And it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. You have Blanco leading off today, and then 2 doors down, you have Brandon Belt.
And Belt's now 0 for 7 in his career against Rex Brothers.
Hunter Pence handing out a souvenir. One and one. Blanco 0 for 2 and a walk. And a ground ball toward the middle of the diamond. On the move, DJ. And he took that extra second when he Jeff described when he put the spikes in the ground to really rotate around and make sure he didn't throw a two-seamer over there that faded.
Yeah, that helps get your hips into the throw so you have more behind the throw. He also knows that, yeah, Blanco's hitting. He's from the left side, so he's going to be faster. But that ball was hit hard. Mike Shaw, Subaru Supermo, as you mentioned, he got onto that right foot and transferred the weight and used the hips to drive that throw through to first base.
Pence swinging the bat well in this series, off to a slow start, but he's 1 for 2 and a walk today. The Ford Strike Zone is powered by Built Ford Tough Trucks. No wonder Ford F-Series are the best-selling trucks 37 years straight. Built better, built stronger, built Ford Tough. 2-0 on Pence. 3-0. Belt on deck. Rockies bullpen the first week of the season, not very good. First 9 games, 6.33 ERA. Since that time, the last dozen, a 1.67 ERA. The league hitting just 1.97 against them. And 4 pitches away from or out of the strike zone against Pence. So he'll go to first with 1 out, and that'll bring up Bell.
Look at this number here. 42 scoreless relief appearances, 1 inning plus. That puts him ahead of a lot of other guys. Just 42 times they've come out and done their job. As you mentioned, after that first week or so, they've been money.
Yeah, and not trying to pile it on one guy. Obviously, Wilton Lopez really struggled that first week and was then sent out. That's a strike. Brandon Belt up there with a 1-strike count. The bullpen ERA entering play today, 3.41. The best bullpen ERAs for the Rockies in their history, 98, 3.65, 07, 3.85. Good job by Willeen. 3.89 in 2011, 2010 was 3.99. Here it is graphically, and again they start play today with a 3.41 ERA, and that was a focal point for the Rockies to redo their bullpen in the offseason. Dan O'Dowd went out and signed Hawkins and Rule 5 guy Tommy Kahnle. And Boone Logan, of course, a 3-year deal for more than $16 million.
It helps when you have the extra left-hander, as you mentioned, Boone Logan. Veteran guy out there. And for me, Boone is not just a left-on-left guy. He can get righties out just as well.
Yep, and don't forget the deal. Johnny Herrera is so popular, and I wish Johnny well. He's in Boston, and Franklin Morales came back in that deal. That just missed 2-2. And Frankie, I think they were going to give him an opportunity to start, but it was a win-win situation because if he ended up in the bullpen, that's a huge component down there. The bonus has been he's been terrific as a starter. The evidence again last night. There's Frankie.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, it's a power arm, another power arm that you get back.
He's added that cutter, and I mean he tied up some right-handed bats last night with that cutter on the inner half. 2-2 on Brandon Belt. 1 out, 1 on. Top of 7. Rockies 6, Giants 5. Now is Pence in motion against the lefty.
I don't think he would be with Morris on deck. They've already had 1 strike him out, throw him out.
He's going, and this ball's clubbed. Giants will take the lead when this one lands. Off the facade of the second deck. And it's 7-6 San Francisco, the 7th home run for Brandon Belt. That left little doubt when it exited the bat.
Second home run Rex has given up, and both of them have now been to left-handed batters.
Both on the Giants.
Yep. Brandon Crawford and now Brandon Belt. Right down into the sweet spot of his swing. They wanted to stay away from his power, and they did not.
Four home runs for the Giants today. Who were starved for offense. They had 12 runs over their last 7 games, and they put up 7 today. Home run just tied Mark Trumbo for the National League lead with 7 for Brandon Belt. Michael Morse 2 home runs today. He's got 5 on the season. Strike 3 inside corner. 2 outs. The day after every Rockies win, and today is one of those days. Get 40% off your online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code ROCKSWIN at papajohns.com.
Arias is going to hit for Pablo Sandoval.
That's strange.
Well, the only thing I can think of is he will go in to play defense for Pablo. And now that they have the lead,
that's fine. I still would rather, unless something's wrong with Pablo, and I know he struggled.
Pablo hitting 194 from the right side.
The Rockies, good pickup by Orno. The Rockies now down a run as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Stretch time at Coors Field, 7-6 Giants. Time for the Cooney Lexus look back. Luxury has a new address. Open in Greenwood Village in Colorado Springs. Troy Tulowitzki, a 2-run home run in the first. Rockies had a 5-1 lead at one point, and then Michael Morse went to work. His second home run of the day brought in 3 and tied it at 5. Rockies went up 6-5, and then Brandon Belt a couple of minutes ago hit a 2-run home run off Rex Brothers. And now the Giants have the lead for the first time today. First time in the series, in fact, and that pitch misses to Charlie Blackman, who gave the Rockies the 6-5 lead in the fourth. Charlie, a single and a home run in 3 trips. He reached on a fielder's choice in the second. He has scored 3 runs and driven in 2. That ground ball that he reached on the second inning produced a run. Charlie with 5 home runs, 15 ribbies. He's not a leadoff hitter doing any better than Charlie Blackman in baseball. He's on a short list of the most productive position players in the game so far in April. And it's 3-0. Matt Cain's still out there.
Well, he had an on-base percentage of .450 coming into the game. It's going to go up. I mentioned 32 hits in the month of April for Charlie.
Will be taken the whole way, and it's a strike.
If you're wondering what the club record is, it's 47 by Dante back in '98. Joaquin Arias now stays in the ball game at third base.
Juan Perez is in the game for Michael Morse. I know that standard operating procedure, a lead late in the game, you want to put plus defenders out there and remove guys that may struggle defensively. But in this ballpark, in a game that has seen the ball really fly, you wonder if it's premature.
Especially when it's, you look at it, Rockies still have 9 outs to go and the Giants 6.
Matt Belisle throwing right now for Colorado. Charlie battles away. Charlie in 76 at bats has struck out just 5 times.
If you could put a combination of a leadoff hitter together right now, mix in the 5 stolen bases in 7 attempts to boot.
And he draws a walk. Tying run with speed on to lead off the 7th inning for the Rockies. Let's check out our AT&T fan photo of the game. Remember, tweet your photo to #COFanPhoto for a chance to be shown just like this in an upcoming game broadcast. A good-looking family. Thank you for sharing that. I'm assuming that's Brock and Travis, 2 little boys. Good deal. Arenado, a 13-game hitting streak. He's 0 for 3. And Charlie takes off, hit and run, high throw into center field, pop up. Nope, not going to be able to do it. And give Blanco credit. You always talk about anticipating when you back up, not reacting after the fact. That's what Blanco did there.
Yeah, if not, Charlie could get up and take off for third base. This was a definite hit and run where that pitch was, way out, and then Brandon Crawford does the old sly move where you just kind of keep your glove there. But Sanchez, his only option is try to throw from his knees, and he sails it out into center field. Crawford wisely just kind of puts his glove there. Oh,
punch to right, get down, stay fair, it will. Blackman around third. That'll tie up the game. Arenado to second with a double. All even at 7. And Nolan's got a 14-game hitting streak. What a time to come through.
Remember last night, there was a chance with Brandon Barnes at first base, and Nolan's first at bat, he grounded out to third. Same situation. This time he just punches the ball to right field. With runners in scoring position, this guy's hit 361, and that's not even a full swing. That was just a punch shot to right field. I'm going to do my job, and he did even more than that because he gets into scoring position and he drives in the room.
And You are in the middle of the Rockies lineup, and there's nobody hotter than the guy who's coming to bat, Troy Tulowitzki. Seven. That hit was the 10th the Rockies have against Matt Cain. Who wants tacos, fans? The Rockies have hit the magic number of 7. Don't forget to go to your participating Colorado Taco Bell locations tomorrow between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special. Gene Michie on the right side. Former Rocky Jeremy Affeldt on the left side now in the San Francisco Giants bullpen.
And Affeldt would be 4 more no.
Tulowitzki, 2-run home run in the first. RBI single in the second. Off the plate, ball 1. That was pitch number 100 for Matt Cain.
Pitches Cain's thrown this year. He's already hit 116 last start against San Diego, 104.
And Troy with a good eye. That's outside. It's 2-0. Arenado with that 14-gamer, the longest currently going. Christian Yelich had another hit today. He's got a 17-gamer for the Marlins. And earlier this season, Alexei Ramirez of the White Sox had a 17-game hit streak.
Adrian Gonzalez had his 16-game hit streak broken last night.
In the 3-2 loss in 10 innings to Philadelphia. 3-2, or excuse me, outside, 3-0. Forget the 2, folks. 3-0 with Justin Morneau on deck.
Now you have the guessing game. 3-0 green light for Troy. Possibly. And then what does Matt Cain throw? Does he throw him a slider and not a fastball? Went with the fastball.
The Rockies' perspective, this one's on the bullpens, and it's soon to be for San Francisco. Chatwood went 6 innings, allowed 5 runs, 7 hits, walked 4, struck out 4. 3-1 to Tula, and that's outside. And the Rockies have 2 men on, nobody out. Morneau coming up. He's looking at Bruce Bochy to see if he's going to make a move.
Actually, Ron Wotus.
Ron Wotus, excuse me. And here comes Ronnie. So Wotus, again, the acting manager. Bochy was thrown out early in the game. Jeremy Affeldt will come on. It's the first time the Rockies have seen Affeldt this year. When Colorado played a little more than a week ago at AT&T Park, Affeldt was still rehabbing an injury. Matt Cain walks off in a 7-7 ball game. Root Sports _RM using the hashtag Fan Friday for a chance to have your questions answered by us on air during Friday's game in Los Angeles. 7-7 in the 7th. And the Rockies have Nolan Arenado, who just punched a double to right to drive in Charlie Blackman, who walked with the tying run. Charlie in the dugout, Nolan at second. Troy Tulowitzki just walked first and second. Nobody out, and Jeremy Affeldt will be on for the 3rd time this year, and he'll face Justin Morneau.
Well, it just came off the DL. He hurt his right knee in the last spring training game back in March. So I had to rehab for that, missed 14 ball games with the right knee sprain. 3 innings, 1 hit.
Just
1 hit was against the Dodgers.
And Justin has swung it against lefties this year. He's batting .368, including a home run left on left. Go ahead run at second. Pence backs up about 6-7 strides from the warning track in right, and a home run cut for Justin.
That was drop the back leg, the shoulder, try to elevate the baseball. That was an old school swing.
Stop there by Hector Sanchez.
1 for 6 in his previous appearances against Jeremy Affeldt.
(1-1). In the on-deck circles, Willeen Rosario. Corey Dickerson is in the hole. Rockies won the first 2 games of the series against the Giants. They took 2 of 3 from the Phils to begin the homestand. If they were to win today, it'd be their first 3-game sweep against the Giants since May of 2002. Strike 3. So Affeldt with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball on the edge of the strike zone dismisses Morneau, and here comes Willeen Rosario.
Fans, MLB, People Magazine, and Target are looking for outstanding teachers in your community. 30 teachers will be celebrated at the 2014 All-Star Game. Log on to allstarteachers.com to nominate your favorite teacher today.
Out in front, 0-1.
Really has to stay patient here. Think about going gap to gap. He likes to throw the curveballs and the sliders in these situations.
And now Willeen down 0-2 on Affeldt. He's put together a very good career. There's a couple of guys that the Rockies, I think it's unfair to say salvaged from Kansas City, but took from Kansas City that were kind of meddling and or kind of just meandering and up and down. Jorge De La Rosa being one, and Jeremy Affeldt being another guy, and they were still very young. And the Rockies acquired him. Jeremy Affeldt's gone on to have a very good career, as has obviously De La Rosa. And another strikeout. And now the Rockies need a 2-out hit. Will it be Dickerson, or will he be called back for Drew Stubbs? And it's going to be Stubbs.
I think Ron Wotus will leave Affeldt in to face Stubbs, because if he goes to the right-hander Gene Machie, you still have Carlos Gonzalez to hit from the left side. he's ready, that would be a matchup that Colorado would want.
And you know what? I still, even if they were to, and I don't think they'll do it, but even if Ron Wotus was to go bring in Machi, I'm not sure that Walt would play the cargo card here with 2 outs in the 7th. I think he'd hold them back.
For Sergio Romo? I'd rather
Depending
take
on what
my
happens
shot
in the
and not have
ninth inning.
to worry about Romo.
It'd be interesting. That's where the chess game comes in, because of course they have Javi Lopez down there. Meanwhile, Cargo's he enjoys every day. See if Stubbs could come through. Here's the 1-0. Four-year-old Jeremy Affeldt. 2-1. A Rocky 2006 and the World Series campaign in 2007. 4-3 for the Rockies in 07. 59 innings out of the pen, just 47 hits.
Remember when he came over, where there was a discussion, would he be better as a starter or as a reliever?
Yep.
He's found his home out in the bullpen.
Got to the big leagues quickly. He was up with the Royals in 2002. Started 18 games his second year in the big leagues for the Royals. Stubbs lines it foul.
Foul ball going. There's Donnie Mills' camera. Heads up, Donnie.
Way to keep your focus. 3-2. Barnes on deck if Stubbs were to reach. 2 on, 2 outs. Rockies have tied it here in the 7th.
Well, you also have the advantage of the runners taking off. A ball in the gap. You could score Troy from first base.
Heavy shade with Blanco to right center field against Affeldt. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Brandon Barnes.
It's not Ron Wotus, it's Dave Righetti.
Auto glass issues. Trust SafeLight. Go online to safelight.com or call 303-287-5000 to schedule an appointment. Brandon Barnes, 1 for 2 and a walk this afternoon. A couple of hits last night. Nolan Arenado's now at 30, doubled in Blackman to tie the game. Tulowitzki walked, and Stubbs off the bench just walked.
First time for Brandon Barnes to face Jeremy Affeldt in his career.
Sitting fastball, and he got a curveball. 0-1. The splits in Affeldt's career: lefties have hit just 236, righties 265.
Brandon also has to just look back a couple hitters ago, and how did he pitch Willeen Rosario? Soft, and softer. If he does throw him a fastball, it's just going to be for show.
To your point, he went breaking ball again. 1-1. I love the comment because it's all about who Brandon Barnes is and all about who his manager is. After the game last night, Rockies win it 2-1. He said, that's what Walt wants us to do. That fits my style of play. Just grind, 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 inning by inning. This ball fouled off. Got the fastball there.
Not every inning's going to be perfect. Not going to go to however you script it in your mind. He's just going to have to roll sometimes.
That's what they'll try to. That's what he's going to do right now. He's behind 1-2, bases loaded, grind away.
This is the controlled swing. Take a nice controlled swing and just try to put the ball in play.
Just like that.
Yep.
He fouled off a nasty pitch away. You put in your mind, you can't just sit soft because if the fastball shows up, you got no chance. But
this is where if you're looking opposite field, that's where you can then stay back enough on a breaking pitch. If you're thinking the opposite field, if you do get out in front, you can hook it into the hole between short and third. But don't get overly pull mode.
back up the middle, and Affeldt gloved it, and he'll throw to first. Affeldt did a great job. He gets out of a two-men on, nobody out situation, and it's 7-7 as we go to the 8th inning and 20th at Blake. Eighth inning, the Rockies at one point had a 5-1 lead, then they fell behind 7-6. They've tied it up at 7. They've out-hit the Giants 10-8 in the game. Charlie Blackman with Stubbs in the game moves from center to left. Drew Stubbs takes over in his natural defensive spot. And on the hill, Matt Belisle.
For Matt, the ERA is high, but that came in a couple ball games where he allowed 4 and 2 earned runs, but the other 7 appearances is scoreless.
Yep, now the Rockies are behind again. And that's a second deck shot by Hector Sanchez.
The second one in the last 2 innings. Brandon Belt's hit the facade in the second deck. No doubt about this home run from Hector Sanchez. First of the season. And that center cut, they wanted it away. It didn't get away. And Just the swing and the back leg drive from Hector Sanchez elevated this baseball out of the park.
8-7 Giants. Curveball for a strike. 7th career home run for Hector Sanchez. Oh, 2.
That was the location that he wanted on the pitch to Sanchez.
This is playable. Arenado in foul ground.
Santiago Casilla is up and throwing in the Giants bullpen. Casilla.
5 home runs in the ball game for the Giants. Only second time the Giants have hit more than 4 homers in a game since the start of the 2012 season. Last year in September they hit 6 against the Padres. You don't usually think about the Giants in the long ball. Brandon Hicks, who's at the plate, hit a home run in the 3rd inning. Well, this is so much like that Philadelphia game.
Yeah.
The series finale Sunday that Philadelphia outlasted the Rockies 10-9. Right now in the 8th, the Giants are ahead 8-7, and this ball's well hit.
That's not a home run. That did not go out.
Did the fan reach over
the fence?
And you know what? The second base umpire, I think, saw it pretty well. John Tempane.
Well, he ran out there. He didn't just stay at second base. He jogged out there to look to see what happened. Watch the guy reach over, catch it in his hat. One more look. Yeah, that is not a home run.
Yep, not close. Angel Pagan's going to pinch hit in the pitcher spot.
You interfere with the ball in play, you're going to get it escorted out of here.
Belisle's got to keep it a 1-run game. Down low. Chad Bettis up and throwing. Slicing down the left field line, foul.
Well, Super Suites Conference Center, Coors Field. It's available for your game day or non-game day meetings. Groups of 25 to 200 will enjoy the views of the city as well as the ball field from this unique meeting place. Call 303 Rockies and book your event today.
Pagan 6 for 14 against Belisle.
1 as a pinch hitter.
Rockies in the 8th inning have LeMahieu, then another pinch hitter, and then Charlie Blackman. To short. That's out number 2. Gregor Blanco with 2 outs. Strike 1. Giants have lost 5 of 6. And they're familiar with this kind of game. 10 of their last 12 have been decided by 1 run. They've played more 1-run games than anybody in baseball, and that kicks off the screen. And now to third base goes Brandon Hicks. A wild pitch.
Just watch Willeen try to get down, and he's got to turn that glove over. He went the wrong way with that. You can't have the thumb down. You got to have the thumb up and drop to the knees. I know it goes as a wild pitch, but Willeen's got to slide down and block that.
One. 2-1. Giants are 6-6 in those big league high 12 1-run games this year. Two and two.
Pitch, good location.
Two. Breaking ball in the air to center field. Stubbs is there, and that ends the inning. Hector Sanchez on the first pitch from Matt Belisle hit one into the second deck in right. Giants back on top by a run.
Brought to you by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. The team will have an off day on Thursday and then play 3 at Dodger Stadium against LA. You see the times here on Root Sports: 7:30 Friday night, 6:30 Saturday night, and a 1:30 afternoon game on Sunday from Dodger Stadium. Guys, I was just checking the Dodgers game notes. They play the Phillies tonight. That franchise, according to the Elias Sports Bureau, is 3 wins away from 10,000 in franchise history. They're at 9,997. Zach Greinke's on the hill tonight at Dodger Stadium, and he gets a Silver Slugger award. So the Rocks will miss Greinke, but we'll be there this weekend, guys.
Yes, we will, Mark. Thank you. Here we go in the bottom of the 8th inning. Santiago Casilla, who's the 8th inning man for the Giants, will have it for the 11th time this year. And as you can see, he's had a very good start.
Yeah, those 10 games are also a team high. 2 unearned runs in 11 1/3 for Casilla.
DJ LeMahieu starts out with a line drive right center field. He'll have a leadoff single. And here comes Carlos Gonzalez. He's in the on-deck circle, but he's going to come back because it's a sacrifice situation. So Charlie Culberson will hit. Cargo is standing there. Keep the batting gloves on. You never know. Culberson will come up. Speed aboard. 3-hit ball game for DJ.
Charlie, he's looking to lay down the sacrifice bunt. In this situation, you want to bunt it towards first base. Third baseman will be charging. He's already probably 80 feet away from home plate. Brandon Bell to go talk to Casilla and let him know when he's going to be leaving the bag.
Pitchers of record right now: Affeldt for the Giants and Belisle for the Rockies. 8-7 San Francisco. 21 combined hits, 11 for the Rockies, 10 for the Giants. DJ thrown out trying to steal in 6th inning. It looked like a fouled up
hit and run.
Hit and run.
These are always tough spots for guys coming off the bench to ask to pinch hit bunt. I mean, it's not as easy as what you think.
Especially when they throw one up at your head.
I always found it was easier to come off the bench and swing away. Right up and in on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Charlie pulls the bat back. Just to duck out of the way. Charlie, a couple Major League sacrifice bunts, had 16 down in the minor leagues.
2-0 count on Culberson. Troy Hawkins now throwing for the Rockies. If we get this run, he's coming in. If they get 2, obviously he's coming in. Either way, 3-0. Now you got to take a strike.
Yes, you do. You don't even have to look down for the sign. Stu Cole, you will out of a courtesy look. No way. He just crowd the plate a little bit more. He throws you a ball 4. It was all for show. Kind of like when you remember when the kids in Little League would do that.
Now in the big leagues, they just leave it on.
Leave it on, so what you just saw,
right? So what you just saw from Stu Cole, none of those were with the bunt sign. It's just on. He gets it down, and Belt will throw to Hicks. Real good job by Culberson. So now the Rockies have a couple of swipes and driving in DJ LeMahieu with the tying run.
High fives all the way around for Charlie.
The Beard is 2 for 3 with a walk. He has scored 4 runs. He's driven in 2.
I Just like the expression on Charlie's face. This guy looking out there with a half grin. I got this.
Fourth inning. He gave the Rockies a 6-5 lead with a bullet over the wall in right center.
Walked last inning after Nolan drove him in.
Called strike on the outer half. 0-1.
I could see why Charlie was looking back. Said, wait a second, I'm hitting 421. My on-base percentage is pretty high. I got good eyes right now. That didn't look like a strike, and it wasn't.
Good save by Sanchez. National League leaders in hitting. Charlie, the only guy over that magical 400 mark. He's now 30 points up on Chase Utley, and then Tulo at 385. How about the start for D. Gordon?
Yeah, some wonder whether he'd even make that club.
Balk is called by Bob Davidson, who calls more balks than anybody in the game. And the Rockies will take it. Ron Wotus is going to wander out to visit with Davidson. And now you force the Giants to pull the infield in.
I think Bob's trying to tell him that he glanced back and with his right shoulder, that moved, and that's what caused the balk. See if that right shoulder is what he called for the balk. Oh, it's the head movement. That's why he called it.
So now it's a little bit easier for Charlie Blackman.
That's because the Giants are also going to pull their infield in. Big gap in right center field. Shallow in left field. Pretty deep in right.
1-1. And it's smoked to second, knocked down, and no play. And he almost forgot to go to first. It hits. He barely got Blackman at first. Charlie Blackman comes through. He drives in his third run of the game, and we're even again at 8.
And that was a contact play. Because when that ball was hit, DJ was already on the move. Infield in, ball hit, DJ out of the corner of Brandon Hicks' eye. He knew he was going. That's what caused him to bobble that.
Nolan Arenado doubled in a run last inning. He's hit one in the seats each of the first 2 games in this series. Santiago Casilla is still upset.
You can tell that he's mad about that balk call.
I think he's mad also, and you don't want to show up your infielder. I think he's mad that Hicks didn't come up with that one cleanly, but it was a hot shot. Down the line, right at Arias. So the Rockies have tied up the game in the 7th, and they've tied up the game in the 8th. We'll go to the 9th, 8 apiece. is online, only at Southwest.com. And by Dodge Ram, the Ram 1500 truck is Motor Trend's 2014 Truck of the Year and the first ever back-to-back champion. Nothing decided yet as we go to the ninth inning. The Rockies 8 and the Giants 8. A preview of what's to come after the conclusion of this game on the Twitter postgame show. Here's Jenny.
Hey, Drew, you know, it's been a souvenir series for the Colorado Rockies and the Giants, giving up free balls to the fans in the stands. We're talking about 13 total home runs between Colorado and San Francisco in this 3-game set. Then, of course, walking a tightrope. That's what these two teams seem to do. They like to play a lot of one-run games right now. We're tied. We'll see how that ends up, hopefully, with the Rocks on the right side of a sweep. And let's go streaking. We're talking about Nolan Arenado. How about his 14-game hit streak, thanks to his double in the 7th. Guys, plenty to talk about coming up on the Toyota postgame show this getaway day.
Absolutely, Jenny. Thank you. And don't forget, Toyota Talk will continue during the entire Toyota postgame show. Keep on texting in your comments. Crowd of 35,191 on a Wednesday afternoon. And LaTroy Hawkins, 6 for 6 in save situations. Obviously, this is not a save situation.
Yeah, but you bring your closer in a tie ball game when you're at home in the 9th inning to keep that game where it's at. Let your offense score in the bottom half of the inning. Those 6 saves, that trails Frankie Rodriguez with Milwaukee, who has 8. There's 3 other guys that have 7 saves. So the Hawks right up there with everybody else.
6'5", 220 pounds, and his body's never changed.
No.
I mean, he looks as good as he did when he broke in with Minnesota back in 1995. He's got Hunter Pence, Brandon Belt, Juan Perez in the 9th inning. Pence has been on 3 times, 1 for 2, a pair of walks. Slider missed.
Pence 2 for 6 against Hawk in his career.
A strike. 1-1. 20th major league season for LaTroy Hawkins. Back to 98, 99, and in 97 as well. He was a starting pitcher for the Twins. In fact, in 98, he made 33 starts. Fouled off.
The active leader in wins and relief. Joe Nathan, former Twin. Jesse Crane, former Twin.
Jesse Crane out of Boulder.
Fairview High School.
One and 2 on Pence. Dangerous guy. We didn't get this in yesterday, but it bears mentioning. Congratulations to a guy who was briefly with the Rockies, and he's an evergreen product. Kevin Kuzminoff, who started the year in AAA with the Rangers, and he was called up a couple of weeks ago, and he has been on fire. He was the American League Player of the Week last week.
20 total bases for Kevin, filling in for Adrian Beltre.
This ball's well hit to right. Really well hit, and off the base of the wall. It's a leadoff double for Pence. His Giant offense, which has been dormant not only in this series coming into today, but for much of the last week, has come alive today.
Well, especially for Hunter Pence, who came into this series at 181. It's up to 229 now, 6 for 11 with this double off the wall.
Brandon Belt in the 7th inning hit a 2-run go-ahead home run. The Rockies tied it up in the bottom of the 7th, as they just did in the bottom of the 8th. High ball one. Brandon Belt against Rex Brothers in the 7th. On a 3-2 pitch.
Yeah, Rex had been ahead of Brandon Belt, couldn't finish him off. Got back to more of a hitter's count, 3-2, and just dropped the barrel of the bat on that baseball.
This is foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Colorado Rockies may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Colorado Rockies.
Prior to that last foul ball, Hunter Pence was dancing around out at second base like he was going to take off for third. Troy's just dancing around behind him, to walking around. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried a daylight play with LaTroy and Troy. Did what pitchers are taught to do. If there's timeout called too late, you don't want to hold up and hurt your arm. Just go ahead and release the ball, throw it to the backstop. It's time call. Don't stop, keep going.
Don't think he'll see a fastball here. 1-2. Slider, and it's fouled off again. University of Texas product, and he can hit.
Always has been. Down in the minor leagues.
He had stupid numbers in the minor leagues.
And moved fast.
Nobody out. Pence the go-ahead run at second. He doubled. Where's that?
Check him. You're saying where's that? I'm saying check him. Either way, it looked like a strike. Shaw Subaru Supermo.
Yeah, that was up. That was up.
Where did the barrel go?
Yeah,
it did stay back.
Yeah. Good call by Chris Conroy. Good call by Bob Davidson. 2-2. In 3-2. I think Hawkins wants to lose Belt, but if he did, it sets up a force all the way around. Juan Perez is on deck. Came into the ball game 2 innings ago for Michael Morse defensively.
Then he would probably be asked to bunt. You still have Buster Posey on the bench for the Giants.
Yeah. Swung on and missed. Hawkins strikes out Bell. How big was that? It's the first, but that's a large one.
Well, it was. He just kept toying with him inside and making it look like it was a fastball. And that was a cut fastball or a slider, and Belt just swung over the top of it.
To your point, Jeff, he never gave in and threw him a fastball again.
No. And why should he? You have to pitch to your strength, and your strength is outthinking the hitter.
First at bat for Juan Perez, who just got called back to the big leagues a little more than 24 hours ago when David Huff went on the DL.
Perez 0 for 8 in 9 games.
Center field, and Stubbs will get there.
What a break from Drew.
Tremendous. We had the perfect angle because that ball was well hit.
It was, and just watching the way he went after that ball. We'll just freeze it on contact. Yeah, he shifted over. I mean, here's dead center right there. So he's over in that gap anyway, but still, with the way it was hit, and then he's got the wherewithal to catch it, spin to make sure Hunter Pence stays at second base.
2 outs. And this is the first AB for Joaquin Arias. Let me correct that. It's the second AB for Arias. He pinch hit for Sandoval and grounded to short in the 7th inning. Strike one. 94 miles an hour.
Goes back to that point that you made by taking Sandoval out of the game at that point.
Yeah, just, you know, in this ballpark, I get it at AT&T. This ballpark, you're thinking, man, you may want to, defer more to the offensive side of things. 2-strike count. Look at this, runs late in ball games. The Rockies, top third of Major League Baseball. The Giants, bottom third.
The Giants today, even with all the runs they've scored, it's cut by via the home run. They're just 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
It's been the story of their last week. Gotta make one more pitch here. 0-2 on Joaquin Arias. That's a great job. You know, you have to anticipate that if you're Willeen. You know it's going to be a nasty slider, probably in the dirt, and look how well he shifts.
Yeah, but that's, yeah, you say it's going to be in the dirt, but not in the other batter's box.
Yep. One of the keys, that he used good hands there, but one of the keys to blocking pitches when you have to move east and west is not raising your body up. Move east and west and staying low.
Like an infielder.
Yeah, and he's really, as you know, he's really improved the last couple of years. 1-2 on Arias. Pence at second. Top of 9, tied at 8. In the air, right side, playable. LeMahieu, Morneau, and Justin makes the catch. What a job of pitching by the 20-year vet, the Troy Hawkins leadoff double, middle of the order. Brandon Belt leading the club in hitting, and he gets 3 of them. Troy Tulowitzki will lead off when we come back. Ryan Spilborghs decided to hang up his spikes and begin a new journey with a new uniform and a new set of teammates. Join Spilly as he makes the transition to the television side of the game he loves. And we'll also catch up with current Rockies to hear what made Ryan such a great teammate and friend in the clubhouse. It's all on Rockies Real Time. Don't miss it Friday, right after the Rockies take on the Los Angeles Dodgers from Dodger Stadium, and get ready for the post-game show. They hope it's moments away. Fraze, Spilly, and Jenny. And the Rockies against Santiago Casilla in the bottom of the ninth. Tulo will lead it off. A 2-run home run, an RBI single, a pop out, and a walk. Second inning of work for Casilla. He gave up the tying run in the 8th. Justin Morneau, Willeen Rosario, also if needed. And it's going to be on top of the dugout. That's one right. You're standing at the plate. Wind blow it into the stands.
And the wind is blowing, and it's just enough in that direction to help you. But the whole time you're looking at the ball, you look down. It's like that golf shot. You're hitting into the green. You look up, you look down. Where's the flag? Is it going to make the dugout?
So Troy gets a reprieve.
Playing no doubles now in the outfield. They just moved back 3 or 4 steps in every position. 2 for 4 against Casilla previously.
Justin Morneau's 4 for 9 with a home run against Casilla. Rosario 2 for 10, but has a home run against him also. Rockies just need one. Bottom of the 9th inning. Perez still coming. Makes the catch.
Boy, sometimes you just hope you could get a pitch back.
That is one. That one is one he'd like back.
Yeah, but that's inner third. Just worked under it. He knows it.
Justin Morneau, first time in a while, Justin has gone without a hit. So far, he's hitting all 10 ball games at Coors Field this year. Last night he had a couple of knocks. The game goes to 10 innings. Boone Logan will be up next for the Rockies. That's a strike. That's one where you're warming up down at the pen and you hope you don't come in.
Take that. Come out on the field and celebrate with everybody else on the walk-off.
Ground ball toward the hole, and it gets under the glove of Crawford. And Justin, for a moment, thought about galloping to second. Crawford was way up the middle. It still was a relatively routine play on the backhand side. It just went under his glove.
Yeah, for a guy that has not made any errors this year, still that way. They gave Justin Morneau a base hit. Probably was because of where he was positioned. He just didn't get the glove down, work underneath it. Morneau's watching down the line, thought about going to second base, but Juan Perez, comes in from left field and holds him at first.
So that's an 8-game hitting streak for Justin. Here's Rosario, outside ball 1. Willeen a single, 1 for 4. The single came back in the first inning. Winning run at first base. Two and 0.
Just got Lopez up in the bullpen.
And that's what I just checked with our truck and asked our producer, Tavis Strand, because Ron Woda's got to be thinking Cargo could show up at some point.
Well, maybe for Stubbs, the next batter.
That's exactly what he was thinking. Way outside, 3-0. You have to take a strike here. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you ambush that fastball. We'll see how Walt Weiss chooses to play it. Cargo still has the batting gloves on. And he's got bat in hand. He let him swing 3-0 and he popped it up. Two outs. Stubbs will hit against Casilla.
Rodas was just telling infielders, be aware of a delayed steal. That's what that sign was, where it looked like he was chopping the air.
Stubbs walked, pinch hitting in the 7th, stayed in the ball game. He was pinch hitting for Dickerson. Was not his ace swing.
No, it wasn't. He got locked up at the 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Just a real defensive swing. You get lucky. I mean, you miss that. Sometimes you'll just tap that back to the pitcher.
One and two on Stubbs. Plenty of pop in his bat. If you're wondering, okay, why didn't Walt go to Cargo there? Cargo would have gotten Lopez. He's 3 for 17 against Lopez. Stubbs, 6 at bats, 1 hit against Casilla.
Lopez was ready.
It doesn't take him long. And on top of it, people always, I shouldn't say always, but a lot of people have to realize that he gets 8 pitches once he comes into the ball game. So,
well, and then if the manager walks out there slow, yeah, or have the catcher go out and talk first, that'll buy you another 5-7 pitches. Slow walk by the manager. They're ready to go in 15, 17 throws.
Yeah, I mean Lopez is standing there right now. This ball slowly hit. This could be a tough chance, and you're not going to get Stubbs. So now the winning run's at second. On the infield hit by Stubbs. And Brandon Barnes will come up. Second opportunity for Brandon to give the Rockies a late lead. In this case, it would be a game winner.
Well, and it's Certainly a swinging butt from Drew Stubbs. Gets out there, is just bare hands and throws it on the money on the run, but Drew is just too fast. Brandon Bell with the scoop. At first base, Mike Shaw Subaru Super Bowl.
Arias is going to get 95% of the league with that play. Especially 95% of the league running out of the right side of the box. But Stubbs has extraordinary wheels.
All right, Brandon, get your first RBI of the year.
1 for 3 and a walk. Here we go. Missed inside.
See us so hot about.
That was way inside, and they've been on the young umpire, Chris Conroy, throughout the afternoon. Justin Morneau, the winning run. One and Morneau trying to get that good secondary lead, had to scramble back. And you might say also, why wouldn't the Rockies run for Morneau? There's nobody to run for him. Now, on your bench you have Cargo, who you want to hold back, and you have Pacheco.
You don't want to put your backup catcher in the game. That's why Justin was getting out there. Once he saw the swing, he took an extra 2 strides.
Inside. See how they're trying to work Barnes. 2-1.
Everything's been inside. It's kind of funny because they're pitching him inside, but they're playing him away in the outfield. I mean, there you could drive. Look at how much room there is over here and down the line.
And they have crept in, trying to have a play at the plate on a hit. And that's in again. 3-1. If he were to lose Barnes, LeMahieu's on deck. And Casilla, most of the time's a one-inning guy.
Right. He's their late inning, 8th inning guy before they get to Sergio Romo.
And he's now thrown 30 pitches. Talk about, conditioning your body. They're conditioned to throw 15, 18 pitches. Not that they can't throw this many, but it's still out of your
comfort zone.
Yep. 3-1 on Barnes. Three and 2.
Now you definitely have the advantage out at second base for Justin. You just have to worry about the inside move. Just make sure he delivers the ball to the plate.
Eight, bottom of 9. Winning run at second, and Justin Morneau with 2 outs. 3-2 on Brandon Barnes. Ball 4, and now the winning run's 90 feet away. It'll be DJ LeMahieu's turn. He's 3 for 4 today. And here comes Rags, Dave Righetti to the mound.
This is a case where he's trying to settle Casilla down.
Been bothered by the strike zone of Chris Conroy, bothered last inning by the ball call.
And now he's out there trying to help him out, but DJ sitting in the driver's seat. They got bases loaded, all the pressure's on the pitcher. You got help with the runner at third base. If it's a pass ball, wild pitch, he scores. So many more chances to win this game here at the bottom of the 9th.
Well, there's all kinds of pressure naturally on Casilla, as you suggest, and there's pressure on Hector Sanchez, the young catcher.
Take a deep breath, DJ, and relax.
Here we go. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. Hard slider. It's 0-1. LeMahieu, single in the second, ground ball to short in the third, single in the sixth, and a single and a run scored in the eighth. Trying to win it here in the bottom of the ninth. Line drive, deep right. Pence looks like he has it, and he does. We'll go extra frames. LeMahieu hit it well. Pence went back to the edge of the track to make the catch. Casilla survives a bases loaded deal in the ninth. Innings baseball on Root Sports, brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Second time the Rockies have gone to extra innings this year. They're 0-1. The Giants are 2-1 in extra frames. We're tied at 8 as we go to the top of the 10th inning. Boone Logan takes over in Lodo. It'll be his 8th appearance. It'll be Hector Sanchez, switch hitting catcher. Brandon Crawford, Brandon Hicks scheduled.
Just 6 strikeouts, just 1 walk in the 7 appearances for Boone Logan.
There are 2 players left on each bench among position players. The Rockies have Carlos Gonzalez. Naturally, that's their big chip, along with Jordan Pacheco. And for the Giants, they have a big chip in Buster Posey. And also A-Ray Adrianza, who's a utility infielder. Ron Wotus has been running the team since early in the ball game when Bruce Bochy was thrown out by home plate umpire Chris Conroy.
Guarding the line at third base.
Sanchez in the 8th inning. On the first pitch he saw batting from the left side. Hit a Matt Belisle pitch into the second deck to give the Giants an 8-7 lead. And Logan throws him a slider first pitch for a strike.
To get me over slider. I was saying a moment ago, as at third base, Nolan is guarding the line for the no doubles.
And again, he goes with the slider, and way out front is Hector Sanchez. It's 0-2.
Hector Sanchez is 0 for 3 hitting right-handed this year. It was not a good swing. It was a good pitch from Boone.
Shows him the fastball at 93. It's 1-2. The 1-2. 2-2. And he strikes him out.
After getting ahead with the slider the first 2 pitches, you get 2 quick strikes. He comes back and strikes him out with the fastball. 92 miles an hour. That's what Boone can do. He can vary the speeds on all his pitches, but he gets righties out. And now he's get the left-hander in Brandon Crawford. He's just not a situational left-hander like with Javi Lopez, who the Giants have.
Crawford spins out of the way. Rockies in the bottom of the 10th. We'll have the pitcher spot. Buster Posey looking like we're going to see him shortly.
Well, pitcher spot's a couple doors down.
Yeah, Charlie Blackman and Nolan Arenado. Good pitch.
It just buckled Brandon Crawford.
Talked so much about what the Rockies added in their bullpen, a lot of power arms, but they've also added a ton of experience, unflappable kind of guys.
You have to have a combination of both.
1-1, 1-2.
Because the young guys are looking at those guys and see how they act, see how they go about their business. What do they do to prepare? What is situations in a game? Something happens. How do they react? Well, the young guys will feed on that. Oh, they don't worry about it. So I'm in that situation. I'm going to not try to worry about it.
He held up. 2-2. Get fast. Brandon Hicks on deck. Both of these guys have pop. Crawford and Hicks. Hicks hit a home run back in the 3rd inning.
Not to bring up a bad memory, but also Crawford's the one that had the walk-off in San Francisco.
And it was against a left-hander. It was against Rex Brothers. Another 2-2. And this ball will die in front of Drew Stubbs. So a base hit for Crawford.
He has come to the on-deck circle.
Outside, ball 1. Getting these extra inning affairs, you're thankful you have a day off coming up. Both teams are off tomorrow. The one guy down in the pen the Rockies would like to stay away from is Adam Ottavino. He pitched Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Logan working in Brandon Hicks.
Hicks with 3 hits today.
Two and one. And that misses. 3 and one.
Count with Buster Posey on deck. You wouldn't think that the Giants would start the runner at first.
They won't. And this ball's in the air to center field. Pretty well hit, but playable. I think.
It kept going.
Wow.
See the way Drew Stubbs went back and he reached out with his right hand to gauge where that wall was, because it kept getting closer and closer once he hit the warning track. I didn't think this was going to go all the way out there. Why don't you put out his right hand? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, I'm all right. And he had to get that ball back in because Brandon Crawford had gone back and tagged up at first.
So 2 outs, and here's Buster Posey. Posey's been in a protracted slump, not starting today, and that is now going to put the runner into scoring position. A wild pitch from Logan.
Really have a shot at this one for Wallin. Nice shot, Subaru Supermobile. And again, though, he's turning his glove over.
But here's what you can do.
Now you walk.
You can walk Posey because Blanco's on deck and he's a left-handed hitter.
Yeah, I get that matchup, and also you set up the force play.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. We've got some Giant fans here booing.
Right baseball move. Walt's looking at it, saying, okay, I'll put Posey on so he can go Blanco against Boone Logan. The only other guy they have on their bench, as you mentioned, is Adrianza.
Gregor Blanco today's 0 for 4. He walked back in the 5th inning.
Never faced Boone Logan.
For that matter, Posey had never seen Boone Logan either. Boone briefly with the Atlanta Braves. Otherwise, he's worked with the White Sox and the Yankees. 2 outs in the 10th, tied at 8. Go ahead run at second, and Brandon Crawford. Tell you what, Blanco's upset because he got a pitch middle.
You don't want to miss those if you're a hitter, but Boone got lucky and that ball was just fouled back. Blanco 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. There you go.
That looked like strike 2. Maybe a tad high. Swung on and missed. It's 1-2.
Back fastball away or the slider away?
I like slider here. That's his pitch, left on left. Sergio Romo was up with Javi Lopez. Romo has taken a seat. You got to figure it'll be Lopez as long as Boone Logan puts the inning down. It was slider, and he just did get a piece of it. Again, for the Rockies, they have 9-1-2. You got to figure Walt Weiss, even left on left, will play the cargo card leading off the 10th inning.
And then you have Charlie Blackman, another left-hander, after him, and that's why Javi Lopez is going to be the guy for the Giants.
But first things first, you got to get Gregor Blanco. One, two. Got it. So Boone Logan, with 2 aboard, strikes out Blanco. It remains 8 apiece as we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. A pinch hitter, Cargo perhaps, and then Charlie Blackman. With Jeff Houston and Mark Stout, I'm Drew Goodman. Javi Lopez has come on, the former Rocky and current Colorado resident. He's been a Colorado resident for a long time. He's the left-handed specialist, and he'll be on for the 10th time this year, and Cargo will pinch hit to lead off the bottom of the 10th. He's 3 of 17 all-time in matchups against the side-arming lefty.
Left-handers this year against Javi Lopez, 0 for 8. And as you mentioned, 10th appearance, and the other previous 9, just 3 1/3. So it tells you that that's all he's out there for, is to get 1 or 2 batters. That might be all he would try to do here, is the first 2 guys are left-handed.
Cargo has hit a home run against him. That would be nice to see him hit a second.
And they're not pulling the shift on Cargo. Playing it straight up.
That misses ball 1. Cargo got the day off today because he was 4 for 44 lifetime against Matt Cain. Carlos has been scuffling a little bit anyhow, so he'll get 48 hours down. But right now he's involved. Tied at 8 in the 10th. It's in there.
Lopez is so tough on left-handed hitters. He hides the ball well. It comes out from behind you. It seems like it's coming at your back, and then it crossfires to the corner of the plate.
Outfield naturally extremely deep. 1-1. High fly ball, deep right field, but it's not going to be deep enough. Hanks will make the catch. Cargo missed it by a grain or two. And he slaps his hands together. He got it on the barrel, just underneath it.
Just not squared up enough.
Lopez can breathe a sigh of relief. He got away with one.
He did, because the swing was a home run type of swing. It just didn't come down enough like Cargo thought it was.
That was about 1/8 of an inch from a celebration at home plate. Now Charlie Blackman. Another big day for Charlie. Nolan Arenado on deck.
Last two at bats, Charlie's had that first pitch strike called against him that was off the plate.
Two strikes on Charlie. Gene McChee up for the second time of the game for San Francisco. Javi Lopez, born in Puerto Rico, to the University of Virginia. Originally drafted by the Diamondbacks in the 4th round in 1998. 2-2.
Trying to stay away from the inner half for Charlie. And after a couple fastballs away, he likes to start that frisbee slider right at your front hip to get you to lock up and then work it away from you.
Charlie hits it on the ground to Hicks, and they're 2 outs.
That'll be it for Javi Lopez. Ron Lotus pops right out of the dugout. Down in the bullpen, signals for the right-hander McChee.
The Rockies, if it goes to the 11th, will bring in Chad Bettis. So we step aside again. 8-8. Save that broom in a little bit.
And Mom says, why don't you bring the broom at home and sweep?
Yeah, no, there's more fun here at the ballpark. Sorry, Mom. Gene Machee's on with 2 outs in the 10th inning. Nobody. He's on base for the Rockies. Nolan Arenado coming up. Nolan 1 for 5. He doubled in a run back in the 7th inning to tie it up at 7 at that point in time.
Rockies saw Gene Machee back on Monday night. 1 inning in that game. 3 ground ball outs. Machee against the National League West in his career, a 1.96 ERA in 46 ball games.
So here we go. Arenado in the bottom of the 10th. Tulowitzki on deck. Still go back to that swing Cargo had, because he saw that ball well from Lopez. He was right on it, and he literally just missed it.
Yeah, just missed it, as you aptly described, by a grain on the bat.
Oh, 1. Stay fair. Nope. It's going to hook.
Nolan knew it as soon as he hit it. The barrel got out in front of him too much. It had to do with the speed of the baseball. Trying to keep it fair. Two strikes. We've seen him now shoot the ball to right field once he gets the 2-strike approach.
Set up away. 1 and 2. Chi last year in 53 innings, allowed only 2 balls hit out of the ballpark. And this year he is not allowed a home run. Back in the count at 2-2 is Nolan Arenado.
He's different than Santiago Casilla in that he's not as overpowering guy. You can't rush it up there at the mid-90s, 96, 97.
On the ground toward the hole. Arias makes the play, and we will go to the 11th inning. Rockies 8, the Giants 8. Colorado looking to sweep San Francisco. Tied at 8 as we go to the 11th. Getaway day for both teams. Giants going home to San Francisco. Day off tomorrow. Indians will play in San Francisco over the weekend. Rockies are going to head west to L.A. tonight, even though they won't start a series against the Dodgers till Friday. And Chad Bettis is in the 11th inning. And he's got the sticky portion of that Giant lineup. Hunter Pence, Brandon Belt, and then off the bench, Juan Perez. Michael Morse was removed in the 7th inning for defensive purposes. Glad that's the case, because he had 2 home runs, drove in 4.
Yeah, and now it's going to be up to Chad Bettis to keep that ball game here. In his last 3 appearances, 3 innings, couple hits, 0 earned runs, 1 strikeout.
Pence has come alive in this series. 2 hits in each ball game. Last year he hit 283. He's hit 283 for his career. He's got the average up to 229 now.
So his 192nd consecutive game play.
One and one. Two and one. Pence 1 for 4 home run against Bettis. Ground ball through the left side.
Third hit today for Hunter Pence. This wind and the sun earlier, this field's just dried out. That was a 2-hopper. It was hit hard, but it just got that extra top spin. Troy reaches and just missed it.
Swirling again.
It is. It started to blow back in from right field. It had died down a couple innings ago and it's picked back up. Belt. Yeah, it's Belt 5 for 5 in his career against Chad Bettis. Well, it's supposed to turn. Hit it on the ground. Double play.
2-0. And when you have numbers like that, the pitcher knows and the hitter knows. Two Texas guys. One from UT, one from UT, one from Texas Tech. I don't think they'd run Pence. Keep that hole open for Bell. Three and one.
If anything, they'd wait to do it now on a 3-1 or probably the 3-2 count. Try to stay out of a double play. Justin, don't come off that bag too far at first base.
Ball 4. And now you got a situation. First and second, nobody out.
Well, and you also have a guy in Perez that can handle the bat, so he's
going to be bunting.
Yeah, he's going to be asked to bunt. Nolan's looking into the dugout to get the sign, to relay it to everybody to let them know what sign is going to be on for the bunt. Play it regular, straight up. Justin will charge hard at first base, and then Chad will have the line, and Nolan will have to read it.
put the pick play on, daylight play.
Well, that's also to put it in the back of the mind of the base runner and the third base coach, Tim Flannery, that guy's there so you don't get that extra lead. Well, it can take as a fraction of a second, second of a hesitation. Get the lead runner.
Whoa. That was interesting on 2 counts. Obviously, the pitch was head high. Perez bailed out, but Tulowitzki thought he was getting a pick again.
Well, and it might have been a design play. Sometimes you'll put that on to get the batter to see it, and then
get the runner at third.
Get the runner at third. This was close to Perez's head on the Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mode. You want to throw it up and in. That's the best place when a guy's scoring around a bunt, because those are the ones you pop up. Like that.
Got the bunt down. Got to go to first with it. And LeMahieu did a good job of catching the baseball. Second and third, 1 out. Joaquin Arias coming up. The Rockies pull the infield in. Good thing about Bettis, he has the ability to get a strikeout.
Well, they're going to put Joaquin on.
Try to work a ground ball and get out of the inning. Hector Sanchez on deck.
Sanchez is a double play candidate. Catcher does not run well. He has more of a chance to hit the ball out compared to Arias, but you're looking at what's my percentages? What are my odds to get out of this inning without giving up a run?
He's also a big candidate to strike out. He has struck out almost half of his at-bats this year. Today, he hit into a 4.63. He lined out. He struck out. He hit a homer in the 8th inning to give the Giants a brief lead, and then he struck out again. That was last inning. Jim Wright in conference with Bettis and Rosario. Bettis is the 6th pitcher used by the Rockies today. Chatwood, an uneven 6 innings, though he battled. 5 runs, 7 hits, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. Brothers pitched an inning and gave up 2 runs. Belisle pitched an inning, gave up a home run. Hawkins a scoreless 9th inning. Boone Logan a scoreless 10th inning. That's ball 1 on Sanchez.
Infield is shortened up the middle, because if it's not hit hard, you can make the play at home.
Two and 0. Tip. Chad's velocity anywhere from 89 to 96.
Well, he knew that on 2-0 count, Sanchez was looking for the 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Good pitch, and well received by Rosario. On the black, it's 2-2. Maybe a little off the black. Give Rosario that strike.
Yeah, watch the way he catches this with his thumb up. Hold it for the umpire. Textbook.
Brandon Crawford on deck. 2-2. almost got hit on the rebound there. Came off the screen, almost plunked Hector Sanchez. Sanchez is 2 for 4, by the way, against Bettis. Another 2-2.
Looks like a cut fastball.
I think it was. Good pickup. And now it's run full. Nowhere to put him. Zaria trying to calm down Chad Bettis. There's Crawford. Pence at third. Belt at second, Arias at first, 3-2, and that's pounded into the ground foul. Past Roberto Kelly.
Sanchez just looking to get out and around everything. Get that barrel of the bat. Try to hit it in the air.
The Rockies early on led this game 5-1. Giants caught him and passed him. Another 3-2. Both teams 8 runs on 13 hits.
You had confidence in your changeup. You could get him if you threw a good one.
In the air, deep center field. This one is going to go the distance. A grand slam from Hector Sanchez, his second of the game. He's driven in 5. 12-8 San Francisco.
Shook him off a couple times. Came back with the fastball, 94 miles an hour. Sanchez knew it.
Yeah, Drew Stubbs, just look at him. He took a couple steps in that direction, said, they're not going to be a play.
Yeah, even with the wind blowing in from right center, that ball ended up well in the bullpen.
Crawford lifts it to shallow right. 2 outs.
Back to that pitch a moment ago to Sanchez. His first career grand slam. And that was just right there, about mid-thigh. There's no doubt. With his first career grand slam, his first career 2 home run game.
Oh, and 2 on Hicks. Well, the Rockies have come back from 1-run deficits in this game twice, in the 7th and 8th. Now they're in a much more significant hole. Foul ball.
We also have Sergio Romo out in the bullpen, ready to come in.
See, Arizona came back today, spoiled the 100-year anniversary of Wrigley Field. They were down 5-2. They came back and won 7-5. salvage ball game at Wrigley. They'd lost the first two. Atlanta earlier had beaten Miami, the other afternoon game in the National League.
It was Nathan Eovaldi starting for Miami against Aaron Harang.
American League, Texas beat Oakland 3-0 this afternoon, and Seattle beat Houston 5-3.
Texas the leader in that division now. Half game over Oakland.
If the Rockies fail to come back in this, now down 12-8 in the 11th, it'd be a tall order. You think some of their losses this year, 3 on the road where they've blown a 4-run lead and 2 3-run leads. And now at home, albeit it was still fairly early in the game, it looks like they're going to blow a 4-run lead at home.
You had the other one against Philadelphia where you had a decent sized lead.
Forgot about that one. You're right. 6-3 in the 6th inning. Willian's going to have a much needed day off tomorrow.
Yes, he is.
Caught every game in the series. He's caught a lot of pitches today. Broken bat. Arenado's got it, and we'll go to the bottom of the 11th inning. Grand slam from Hector Sanchez has given the Giants a 12-8 advantage. Will be at Dodger Stadium. First time to see LA this year. We're on the air at 7:30 in the Mountain Time Zone with the pregame show. 30 minutes later, the ball game will begin. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in LA, and then it's on to Arizona to see the Diamondbacks. 12-8 our scores. We go to the bottom of the 11th inning. Grand slam by Hector Sanchez against Chad Bettis, Troy Tulowitzki, Justin Morneau, Willeen Rosario, and they need a lot of friends. Sergio Romo is out there, the closer for San Francisco.
Yeah, and he'd been warming up, and even though it is not a safe situation, Ron Woda said, you're going into the game. I want to get you loose and then have to sit you down and get somebody else just because it's a 4-run lead. It's yours to try to finish out. As you mentioned, Drew, get a few runners on, never know what would happen.
Troy takes that slider, which you see more than half the time, for a strike. Tulowitzki 2 for 4 and a walk, 2-run home run, and a single to drive in a run. He's had an extraordinary homestand. Just to stay hot when the Rockies hit LA. And couple of those relievers for the Giants with Colorado ties. Sergio Romo went to college at what's now known as Colorado Mesa. It was known as Mesa State when he was there over in Grand Junction. Talked about Javi Lopez living in Golden. There's a base hit up the middle.
Right off his right foot.
It all started so innocently, Huey.
Well, you got to get the first one on and keep going. But watch this shot back up the middle. Sergio tries to stick out his right foot and hacky sack it to somebody.
Not advisable.
No, it is not. Not with the how hard that ball was hit.
This ball game's approaching 4.5 hours in length as Justin Morneau steps up. Justin single in the 9th inning. 1 for 5. Every position player has played for the Rockies save Jordan Pacheco. Every position player has played for the Giants save Adrianza.
Every position player for the Rockies has started the game. The first 8 guys all have a base hit.
Only 2 pitchers the Rockies haven't used in their bullpen, Canely and Ottavino. One and 2. Surprised how the Giants are playing Belt with a a big strong left-handed bat. Instead of giving Tulowitzki the bag with the 4-run lead, they're Belt's kind of stalking Tulowitzki, which prevents him from just taking second base, keeps the double play in order, but you don't have the normal depth with a guy like Morneau.
You have the chance to pull, but what they're saying is, I don't want to just completely give him the base. If the ball's on the ground, I still want a chance for a double play. And I'll hold him, and it's called just being in his back pocket. That's how the managers will tell you, infield guys will tell you how to play him. Just act like you're in his back pocket, and when that pitch is being delivered to the plate, you just slide back 2 or 3 strides.
Three and 2 now on Morneau.
Sergio Romo just asked where that pitch was, and the home plate umpire, Chris Conroy, said it was inside. Ford strike zone backs him up.
This ball driven high in deep right field, and it is gone. And the Rockies have shaved 2 off with nobody out. Justin Morneau, his 5th of the year, and it's 12-10. You never know.
Oh, you don't. This time is a slider inside. Justin reaches out, and just the strength to hit it through this wind, because it is blowing in from right field now.
Slider for a strike on Rosario. Stubbs on deck. Oh, 0-2. This one has been crazy.
22 runs, 29 hits.
And a slew of home runs with the wind blowing out. There have been 8 home runs. Is that what you got, Dougie? 9? Can't count your fingers.
3 by the Rockies. 6 by the Giants.
2 and 2. Boy, that 2-run home run just gives you a whole different feel with nobody out.
Yes, it does.
Chop to third. Arias will get the out. 1 guy. Drew Stubbs will come up. Get that tying run somehow to the plate. You never know.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how. He'll take a walk, an error, hit by pitch, base hit.
Stubbs 1 for 4, a home run against Romo. Arias had walked in on the grass to protect against the bunt, as did Belt. Now they'll back off a little bit. Strike zone east and west for both teams have been strange. Chris Conroy. And about a 20-inch plate.
Reminds me of the not quite as big as the Braves strike zone used to be. That was about a 25-inch plate.
So 9 home runs here at Coors Field. It's not a record. 10 is the record combined. It's happened 5 times. Only 1 time since the humidor was put in. And that was, interestingly, with the Rockies and Giants in July of 2002. Arias gets a bad hop and Stubbs is on. You almost never see a bad hop on this Coors Field infield. And that one just shot between the legs of Arias, and that allows the Rockies to get the tying run to the plate. Brandon Barnes.
He took a drop step on this ball. And did it catch the lip of the dirt and the grass and then just stay down?
It did.
That's exactly what happened.
And it wasn't a bad hop. It hit the lip.
You know, you're thinking it's going to be chest high, but you always have to work down to up instead of the other way around. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, it doesn't matter how you get on, and they're going to give him a hit because of that hitting the lip.
High ball 1 on Barnes.
Man, oh man, the twists and turns in this game.
Crazy. You're down 4 runs. And now you have the tying run at the plate with 1 out. Borderline pitch. That's called a strike. 1-1. That's
and the way, and the way it was caught too from Sanchez just gave the appearance that it was not even close.
Rockies now got Tommy Kahnle up. This place now reminds me of old Shea Stadium with the hot dog wrappers blowing. Ground ball to third. And they turn it over to end the ball game. The Giants survive, and I think that's the appropriate way to phrase it. And they salvage 1 of 3 against the Rockies. A final in 11 innings today. The Giants win it 12-10. The Rockies gave them a scare in the bottom of the 11th inning. The winning pitcher is Gene Michie. The losing pitcher is Chad Bettis. The Rockies, with a 4-2 homestand, they've won every series they've played at Coors Field this year. They fall to 12-11, and the Giants improve to 12-10 in the very competitive National League West. Once again, the final score in 11 innings: the Giants 12 and the Rockies 10. Let's go to center field and check in again with Jenny Cavnar and Ryan Spilborghs. Guys.
Hey, Philly was warming up to hit there, right?
Yeah,
In the bottom of the 11th, getting loose. Too bad it didn't work out for you. Crazy game. If you're just getting home from work, make sure to stay tuned on the Toyota postgame show. We will recap this 12-10 loss for Colorado, and we'll set the stage. The Rockies hitting the West Coast next.